Welcome. So this is where we had left in the previous video, and in this we have this guy set up, and we have this paint volume set up, and we also had the projectiles. So if I play now, and if I start shooting, so it shoots, and if I hit shift, he crouches, and when I hit alt, he starts sprinting. So we had all of that set up. Now there's one major issue if you haven't noticed, or if I did briefly mention it, but you might have forgotten it. If I look around here, so the camera pans neatly, okay, and if I look down, you see that I'm able to see my left foot, and if I again look around, gun follows along with the camera. But if I look up, the gun stays there. What if I want to shoot up here? What if there's a target up here? If I want to shoot, the gun does not follow. So we have to carry the gun along with the camera when he looks up. Maybe not down, it's okay, but when you're fixing the up, it's also the down is going to be fixed, so no big issues there. I'm okay with that, but this is a must. We have to have the gun move up to this point, or till wherever the camera is able to move up. So because realistically you can take a gun and you can shoot all the way up here if you want to, and even up here. So beyond that you might have to turn around and then do that, but this has to be fixed. So in this video we'll try and fix that. So in order to accomplish this, the first thing we have to do is we have to focus on the animation blueprint. Now there are a bunch of different ways to do it, but that requires a bunch of different animations as well. In our case, since we don't have extra animations, so what we have is what we have so far. We cannot add any more animations. So we'll have to manipulate the spine of the character based on the control rotation. So the control rotation is where your mouse is looking at and where the camera is going to be rotating at that point. So we'll be manipulating that inside the animation blueprint and a mixture of that and blueprint, so that should get the task done for us. So look for, I believe, animations, and inside blueprints. No, 1 second, I think I should be, out here, character. So you have the animation blueprint. So once you do that, so you'll have to go over to the main anim graph here and separate these two nodes out, and so that you have a good enough room between them both, because we're going to do some stuff in here. And then let's get started. Okay, so the first thing is, when you have separated these two nodes, I'll have to right click and I'll have to search for bone. Okay, and instead, let's see, and if I can find that out. So you have, or you can also say modify. So when you type modify, that whittles down the result to just two of them. So you have modify curve and you have transform modify bone. So this is what we're going to work on. We're going to modify the transform of the bone, and in our case, the bone that we're going to be using is the spine. So let's go over the skeleton and let's check for the bones or the spine in our case. So now if I click on spine, so you have a spine here. So I will go over here. So that's the spine. And you also have spine 1 and spine 2. So you have 3 different spines. So we won't just modify one spine. Instead, we're going to be modifying all these spines individually, so that it makes the whole control rotation really smooth based on the control rotation. So it makes the whole animation really smooth. Okay, so going back to the blueprint here. So since we have this, we have 3 spines. So we'll need this node 3 times. We need 3 of these nodes. So I'm going to click Control W twice. So we have 3 in total, and so that we can modify these nodes based on the control rotation now. Okay, so now we have 3 nodes. Now if you click on these nodes and look at the details, you have a whole bunch of information here. So it has translation, rotation, scale, component pose, and an alpha. So it has 5 different components coming in here. And if you look here, you also have the skeletal, you have the translation, you have the rotation, you have the scale, and you also have the alpha out here. Okay, so but we're not actually looking for translation and scale. We're only looking for rotation, because translation is actually taking care of the animation itself, and scale, we don't really need to mess around with the scale. So with that node clicked, we'll just turn off translation. We don't need that, and we'll also turn off scale, and we'll also turn off alpha. Okay, so now we just left with rotation and the component pose. We'll have to do the same thing for the other 2 nodes as well. Get rid of translation, scale, and alpha. So we're left with rotation and the component pose, and the same out here, translation, scale and alpha, right? So, and also click on the node and for the rotation out here. So this is what the rotation looks like. It's divided into 3 individual components as usual. Now the rotation mode has to change because if you have it at ignore, it's not going to do anything at all. So the rotation mode from ignore, you have to change it to add to existing, and replace existing is what it's already has, and it's going to simply overwrite over it. In fact, I want to add it to whatever it's already existing, and that will get into the calculation of the rotation of the spine at that particular moment, and then you add the new values to it, and then it's simply going to do plus equals 1 and plus equals 1 sort of thing. So I'll just click on add to existing, and I'll do the same thing out here, add to existing and add to existing. And also, if you look at the rotation space, there is world space, component space, parent bone space, and bone space. Now we don't really have to play around with these spaces. It's at component space by default, and we'll keep it there, and it's going to work for us. Okay, so now we are ready to supply these nodes the bone that we need to work on. So it's right here under skeletal control, and the bone to modify. If you get this drop down, and you can see all the bones. Now we are looking for spine 1 and spine 2. That's why we have 3 different nodes here. The first one, I'm going to select spine. Okay. Second one, I'm going to select spine 1. The third one, I'll be selecting spine 2. So, and you have to make sure that all of these guys are in this particular order: spine 1, and spine 2. Excellent. So now one thing we have to do now is, I'll get this guy here. We have to arrange them all in a line, and we first have to break this. I don't need that right now. I'll arrange these like this, and I think I'll just make this a little bit neater out here. That's good enough, and that's okay. Now this has to be connected to the bone spine first, and of course it's going to have this local to component converter. Okay, and then again these need to be connected, and we just go in a sequence connecting them all. And when you connect these, you're going to get the same converter, so component to local. So this is local to component, and it'll end with component to local. So we are going down the right path. Excellent. So now I'll just move this to the left a bit, and even this guy to the left a bit, and this also, maybe I'll just move this guy to the right like that, and this guy to the right. So now it's looking neat and clean, and it's also looking readable at the same time. Great. But it's not going to do anything right now. It's just connected, but it does not have the new rotation value. So it's not going to do anything. It's just going to sit there and do nothing, because the rotation values is 0 across all the 3 different nodes, right? So we'll have to figure out the value that we'll have to bring in as the rotation for supplying it to the rotation input pin out here. Okay, so I'm going to promote this to a variable. I'm going to right click, and I'm going to say promote to a variable, and I'll name this variable aim rotation, right? And I'll bring this up here, and I'll connect aim rotation to all these guys. Okay, every single node out here that I have. So I'll put this up so that no wires, it doesn't get too messy. I think that's good enough. And I'll just bring this out here and connect this to this rotation. Now I'll just move this to the left a little bit, and I think that's good enough. All right, so now we have the variable coming in as aim rotation, and or I think that's good. Okay, I'm okay with that. If I really am a stickler for it, then I'm gonna keep it here. And I'll make reroute nodes for each of these. So this is the one out here, so I'm just making it a little more readable, and this will be like this. Connect it here, connect it here. Okay, and of course I can now bring this, maybe I can just bring this all to like that, and this guy can also go up a little bit, and so along with this and this guy can go up and sit there in a straight line sort of. So now it's looking Okay, it's better than before. All right, so now we have the readout nodes and we have the aim rotation variable, which is a rotator connected to the rotation input pin of all the three different nodes. Okay, now I'll just hit compile and make sure that there are no errors. And I'll also play the game and see that there are no errors out here as well, no runtime errors. Of course, it's not going to do anything because we're not really written any logic for that. It still stays the same, but we have the the base set up, and now we have to work on implementing it. So everything is fine. So I'm just gonna hit escape, and sometimes when you hit escape, Blueprint also throws some errors. So I just wanted to make sure that there are none. I'm happy with it. Now I'll go back to my soldier and BP and continue working on this. And the reason it's not doing anything right now because aim rotation is at the moment 000, and that's exactly what we are passing on to every single node. As simple as that. So for for anything to happen to any of these nodes, we have to go back to our event graph, and this is what we had so far. And we also have this sequence node. Okay, so first it goes over to here and it casts it to the character, gets the velocity, and it calculates the direction. Then it goes over to the pin 1, that is then 1, and then again gets casted to a third person character, and then it sets up for the crouching and then for the sprinting. So we have it for speed, direction, the crouching, and the sprinting. So we have to add one more pin, and maybe I'll arrange these a little better. I think I'll just move this guy at least up here, and this readout pin can move out here like this. That's good. And I'll just add one more pin. Okay, and then I'll drag again from here, and I'll say cast to third person character again. Okay, and I think I will move all of these to the right like that, so that it matches up with this. And no, actually I'll have to move this as well to the right. Okay, and bring this down a bit so they all match up now. All the casting nodes are matching up really well, and I'll just bring this guy closer. I think that's okay, right? I'm fine with that. Anyway, so just bring this guy a little bit down. There you go. That's good enough. And maybe this guy a little bit down here, further down, and this guy or these guys can come one step down, one more. Great. So it's all neat and tidy. And again, this needs to be moved here. And of course, this has to be rerouted a little bit because it's not really that good. Like this. Okay. Okay, so once we have that, again, we have this wildcard and we have to say try get pawn owner. Like that. Rearrange it to make it look better. And then as third person character, we have to look for get control rotation. Okay, so now that we have this, we can use this for directing it towards our aim rotation variable. Okay, so now that we have get control rotation, you can pull out a Y from here and you can look for break rotator so that it breaks the rotator into its individual components, that is X, Y, and Z. That is the roll pitch and yaw. Now we have the X covered. We also have the Z, that is the yaw covered, so that's looking around. All we need to work on is the Y. Okay, so we have to perform 3 different operations and I'll explain them as I go. The first thing is I need to have a float minus float. Okay, and so this can be actually down here. I'll have to add some value later on. So 3 different operations on the pitch, and first is going to be a subtraction, and then it's going to be a multiplication. Float minus float multiplied by float. Okay, and the final one would be a division. Float divided by float. There you go. Okay. Actually, it won't be division, so I'm gonna get rid of this. In fact, I'll be checking whether it's greater than. So if float, it's greater than float, and then it needs to come out as a Boolean value, and then we'll be checking out this values and all. Okay, and I'll explain as I go. For now, just watch and follow along. and I'll explain why these three operations in particular. Okay, so out here for the first one, we're gonna give it a value of 360, and for the second one, for the multiplication, we're gonna say -1, and for the greater than, I'm gonna say 180. Okay, and from here, I'm gonna pull out a wire and I'm gonna look for select float. Okay, and now I'll just hook up these two like this. So this essentially says that if it is greater than 180, then pick A, else pick B, that is -1. Okay, so whatever the value is coming out from the pitch value, which out here, I mean, whatever the output of this particular node is, it's going to pick accordingly. Okay, so now that we have the return value, which is a float, now we have to divide this by a certain number. So I'll just say, I'll put in the slash and I'll say float by float. Now the number is going to be 3 because we have 3 different bones that we have to work with. So I'll put the number 3 in here. Okay, and now that we have it for individual bones because we're dividing it by 3, now I'll make rotator. Now it's time to make the rotator. Okay, and make the rotator, and there you go. Okay, so now this should make it easier for us to, give this aim rotation a new rotator. So once I do that, I'll just say set rotator, and then I'll just connect, I believe, this to this, and then connect the return value over to the aim rotation out here. Okay, so that's all is needed. So when I click on compile, save, and when I play now, let's see if it's worked. And now if I look down, I can see the weapon going along with it. And of course, when I look up, and that's been fixed too. And if I look up and I shoot, I can shoot. And so the weapon is now I'm able to make it look like a perfect first-person shooter, and I'm able to look at in any direction. So wherever I look, my gun is going to follow along. So that's the classic approach of first-person shooter, and it's looking good. And now again, run through the pane volume and jump and look around, and there you go. Shoot, crouch and shoot. Of course, when I run, I can't be shooting because I'm running. Now if I stop and shoot, there you go, shooting. Now we don't have the primary fire where you can aim through your reticule. It's all good. So far so good, and I'm able to look around. So before I close this video, I'm still not happy with the way my weapon has been positioned. I still can't see my hands properly and a bunch of other things. So I'm going to try and reposition my weapon and the soldier again. So save this and save all just in case. And let's see. Okay, so I will close all of this. So third person character is good enough. So if I go to viewport and if I select my camera, okay, and I'll just move that. Maybe I'll have to rotate this around this 90 degrees. Okay, and that's the right way. Now I think I'll just move this a little bit towards the back because it's way too ahead of the face. So I'll just move this a little bit towards the back and maybe a little bit down, just a bit outside the face. And if I look here and maybe just here and move here, down there. Okay, and let's see what it looks like. I don't know, I'll have to test it. And there I can see my weapon and the hand, and there it is. So I'm glad that I got it right in the first place, in the first attempt. But anyways, I want to go back and let's see if I can rearrange my, if I can go over to my skeleton, not the skeleton, but if I go over to my blend space, click on the blend spaces, the character, crouch, I can select any of these. Not the blend space per se, but if I go forward and if I look at my weapon attach, okay, weapon attach, and if I look at this, if I just move this a little bit up and or a little bit back like that and up, and front, and front, so that it kind of gets into the finger. And if I look at it from here, maybe I think I'll just have to increase the size of this. So let's say 0.4, 0.4, and 0.4. I think this is pretty big for a gun, for an AK-47, which is quite big. So how about 0.25, 0.25, and 0.25? All right, and now if I move this guy back here and back here, or maybe down here like this, how about moving it back like this? Okay, how about 0.3, 0.3, and 0.3? That's not bad at all. So again, down a bit and put it a little forward so that at least it looks like this finger is getting in. This is not an easy job. It's quite mundane, and it's also very tiresome. Maybe just move it down a bit and inside like that. And as long as I see my finger there, and I think I'm okay. Let's see. I save this and I come out of the blend space, and if I click play now, and maybe it's a little too in the front, how about open up my blend space again and go for my weapon attach. Okay, and just go a little bit out there. Okay, and keep save and play, and I'm still having issues. Okay, I think I should go back to my older values, 0.35, 0.35, 0.35, 0.35, and just bring this a little forward like that, and just bring it like this. If I hit save and if I hit play, I'm not able to see my hand. That's because of my third person character. Again, a little bit to the front or to the back. Okay, and again, this is too much to the right, and okay, I think that should work. See, all right, I'm not able to see my hand, so I'll have to try again. Maybe move it a little bit to the back. I don't know. Let's play, and I can see my hand a little too much. And okay, I think I need to stop this guy, and let's see. Down. Okay, and hit play, and there you go. I think I just need to move. Maybe I'll just increase. I'll just make this 0.38, 0.38, 38, and 0.38, and check again. I think that's not, it's quite big. I'm not really happy with it. How about 0.36, 0.36, 0.36, and move it down, back. There you go. Okay, save, hit play. Okay, I'm okay with that. Just maybe a little bit towards the back. All right, so let's see. All right, okay, fine. I'm able to see, if I'm running, I'm able to see my head or the nose. I guess that's the nose part. Yep. Okay. All right, and if I look up, shoot at the sun for no reason, and there you go. So it works. Awesome. Okay, so we accomplished something really important. That's very integral to any first-person shooter out there. And of course, I'm still not really happy with that hand or the gun that is not. I think I'll just move it down a bit, or let me see. It's below his nose, and maybe it should be up here. All right, let's play. Okay, and if I look at the blend space, and if I look at that, and that's because you can see this gap. That's because it's not really touching. It's not really touching the weapon. It's not really touching the hand out here. And what if I just move it down a bit? Let's see. Save. Play. Okay. Right, I'm gonna stop here. I think I'm okay with that. And if I run, okay, I can still see the hand. And there you go. Shoot, shoot. Great. All right, so this is what we accomplished, and this is a very important task that we accomplished. And so let's move on with the game now. Welcome back. So we had stopped here where we could, actually fire even after looking up, and that was a very important task that we accomplished. Now, one little thing that I forgot to do in the last video is to add a sound to my firing. So right now I can just fire, but no sound coming out, which is sounding not good at all. So I'll go over to my, let's say I go over to my starter content, if I can find my starter content, and I just need to look for explosion. Okay, and then I'll just open up my, so I'll just look, I'll just see, that's the explosion queue. Okay, not great. Let's see if I can find audio, and let's look for other sounds. Yeah, that's fire, and steam 1 collapse. Okay, I think I'm going to use this. So explosion queue. Okay, so this is inside starter content. So I'll just go over to my assets, blueprints, weapons, and if I go over to my weapon base, and not weapon but projectiles, sorry, and if I go over to my projectile base and look here, and inside here, if I can add an audio component, okay, and that would be with the, okay, that's fine. Now I'll just go over to my starter content again and audio, and click on explosion queue, come back here, and I'll just try that. Okay, and that's explosion queue, and let's see what happens. And I think it's a little too loud, so I'm going to go back here and bring it down to 0.3. Okay, and run around. I'm good with that. Okay, great. I'm happy with that. So for now, of course, we're going to change it later, but for now, there's a basic sound that's added, which we'll replace later on. We'll work with it a little more, maybe, if it's not sounding good, but that's good. Okay, so in this video, we're going to be working on creating, fully automatic AK-47. So right now it's burst. It's just one click and it's just one bullet. So if you keep your mouse pressed, if you keep your left mouse button pressed, it still only shoots one bullet. We need to change that. So if I keep my mouse button pressed, so I need this to be functioning like a real AK-47, and I want this to fire in an automatic firing mode. All right, so let's see how that thing is done. Okay, so for us to set up, our weapon as an automatic weapon, so first I'll have to close all of this. I don't need the blend space right now. I do not need this guy either. I need this. I don't need the animation blueprint. We'll come back to this later. So now it's clean. Now I have to look for the weapon blueprint, and I'll have to go for the weapon base, AK-47. So this is the weapon, which is looking pretty neat. Anyways, so the first thing is we need two things in order for we just need actually one thing for the fully automatic functionality to be written, and beyond the fully automatic, we also going to give it some ammo count. Like this magazine can only hold probably around, I don't know, 30 bullets or 50 bullets. So we have to put that counter there. Like this magazine can only hold 30 or 50 bullets, and it cannot fire beyond that. So you'll have to reload your gun with a new magazine. Okay, so we'll also implement that. So first, let's create variables for both of these features. First would be for the ammo. So for the ammo count, okay, and this will be an integer because you don't need a float. You can't have half a bullet. So I'll first compile this and I'll give it a default value of, let's say, 50 bullets per magazine. Next, I need to create another variable, and this will be the fire rate, the rate at which this fires. But I'll also determine this is needed for us to create the fully automatic feature for the weapon. This will be a float value because this involves time. So I'm going to click float and I'm going to compile this, so that should work as well. So for the fire rate, let's give it a fire rate of, let's say, I don't know, 10 shots a second. So I'll say 0.1, that's the fire rate. So 0.1 into 10, that would be 1. So every 1 second will be able to fire 10 rounds. So that's my fire rate. Of course, you can tweak this because it's a variable later on. So let's get into the event graph and let's make some changes here. Instead of working inside the fire custom event here, instead let's open up our third person character blueprint. And if I go over to my third person BP and blueprints, and here it is. So we have written our fire input inside here, and for the input action primary fire, so this is where it's happening. As you could see that, it's not having anything, as soon as you press, it's going into the fire and it's starting to fire. It's not checking for any ammo. It's not checking, it doesn't have any loop inside, no conditions or anything as such, which gonna set up right now. So the first thing is I'll have to disconnect this because I don't want this guy to fire right away. And I'll just move this a little bit to the right for now. And this can be here. And first I need a variable, okay? And I'll put this in the weapons category. So inside the weapons category, I'll say, let's say is firing. That'll be a Boolean. And I have to set this up for the weapons category. There you go. Now, when I hit pressed, when I press the left mouse button, I want to set is firing. Okay, so I'll just say set is firing. Okay, and I'll set this to true first. Okay, and I'll do the same thing for released. When I release my button, so I'll say set is firing, and this won't be set to true, it'll be set to false. Okay, so then the first time when it's fired, it needs to fire the weapon right away. That's okay. Okay, I need to check that. And okay, and then after that, when it fires, I'll have to have a delay. I'll get a delay here. Okay, and the delay will be, let me put this here so that I can access the variable from here, or maybe I'll just do this. I'll have to get the fire rate, so I'll say get fire rate, and this fire rate will be connected to the duration. Okay, so every 0.1 seconds, I want to fire first. Once I press the primary fire, the is firing flag is made to true. And then I want to fire the weapon, and then I want to have a delay of 0.1 second. And after that, then we're going to need a branch to check whether it's still firing. So I'm going to need a branch, and this will be checking whether is firing is true or not. Okay, and I'll just put that in here like this and push this in a little bit here. And if it is true, if it's still firing, if the button is still pressed, okay, we know that when it comes here, when you press the button, it comes back to is firing, right? And when it is true, then after a delay of 0.1, which means that I want to make this a fully automatic. So I'll reroute this back to fire, okay? And this is what I'll do. Now I'll just make this a little bit neater. I'll put this up here, and like this. Okay, and if it is false, which means that is firing, the button has been released, the mouse button has been released, I don't want to do anything. Okay, I just want, actually I want to do nothing when the button has been released. And anyways, it's going on to is firing is false, so none of these things will work. So when I hit compile, save, go back here, and let me start firing. All right, great. So actually I got my mouse button pressed. Okay, that's pretty cool. Now if you want to change this, you can change this. The fire rate can be even lower than that, or maybe the fire rate can be higher. So the lower the number here, the higher the fire rate. So I can make this 0.05. Okay, let's see. So that would be 20 bullets a second. There you go. Awesome. Great. So this works. Okay, so now let's work on the ammo part. So now that we already have an ammo, we have an ammo variable. So let's put that to use. And before I do that, what I'm gonna do now is I will create a new folder inside, and I'll say game modes. Okay, and I'll move this game mode inside blueprint. I'm gonna move this game mode down here like this, and I'll say move here, and it's gonna move everything. And for the third person character, I'm gonna move this character to the character folder, and I'll say move here. Okay, and if I rename this, let's say first I'll save all. Yes, I want to save. Okay, I'm gonna rename this to, let's say, player character. Okay, I think player is good enough. So once we have that, and once you open that up and everything is good, and capsule component, player self, and everything should be good. And of course, when you see at places where we are casting it to a third person character, that should automatically change it to let's see if I can find that. Let's see, animations. I'm looking for animations, character, not the blueprints, I'm sorry. And let's look at save all again, animation blueprint. I just want to check if I go to the event graph and cast a third person character, and that should be fine. That's because it's already there, cast a third person character. And if I open that up, you can see that it's a character, but I think that's okay. But anyways, if I run around, let me see if I can. And I'm crouching, now I'm sprinting, and so everything is working, but the name did not change. That's okay. I'm not going to bother too much about that. But anyways, I'll close this out and let me look for my weapons blueprint, weapon base. Now inside here, I'll have to actually take away one ammo after every fire is over. Okay, so I'm gonna get the ammo here, and I'm gonna set it first, not get it, but set it. And this ammo will be decremented by 1, so I'll say decrement int, so that should work. In fact, decrement int is not a great idea, I believe. Let's see, right click, and if I click on that, let me see if this works fine. Okay, and I'll just see print string, and I'll just switch to ammo, and let's see if it works. If it works, and I'm going to leave it there, or we'll have to do it manually. Okay, it says value passed into target directly. Okay, I think, you know what, I'll go over the old school way instead of using decrement int. So I'll just say minus integer minus integer, and I want to take 1 away. So this should be, I think decrement int will also have worked if I had done it that way. But anyways, this should also work. Let's try that again, just for fun. I'll just say decrement int. Okay, and once that's done, once int is decremented, set it out, and then print string, and then connect this over to the int string, and let's see what happens. So now if I hit play and I click on the left mouse button, and there you go, 49, and it keeps going. It doesn't matter. So right now I've fired close to 80 bullets, and I should not be allowed to do that. So now we'll have to make that check. But I just wanted to check this works, and it does. So I'll rearrange this to make it look better. I'll just put this out here so that it can also accommodate this particular reference. Okay, and just one up, and just one up. There you go. So everything looking good. Just a little bit inside. No, that's okay. Just this a little bit inside, and we're good. Great. Okay, so once we have that, I'm going to compile this, save this, and go back to my player blueprint. And then in here, look for my fire event. Okay, so before we actually do any of this, we'll have to check whether it has enough ammo, right? So I'm going to unhook this. Okay, and I'm going to bring this guy a little bit down so that it can accommodate everything. And first, I'm going to bring in a branch. Okay, and like this branch, and this condition will be, let me make this look better so that I can make room for myself, and maybe just, okay, great. Now for the condition, like that, for the condition I need to check first. I'll get my current weapon, and I'll check whether the ammo, get ammo. If it is, I think I'll just have to move this a little bit back, crossed over. Okay, how about moving these guys to the right, and okay, and move this to the left so that I can rearrange everything here. It's important that you make this readable, because as such there are quite a lot of wires going around here and there, so it's important that you make it readable, otherwise it gets very messy. Okay, and then we just check whether this is greater than 1, greater than, or I'll just say greater than 0. Okay, and if it is, then go ahead and fire it, and if it's not, then let's look for some sounds. Let's see if I can find some sounds. I'm not sure. If I go to audio and if I look for, let's say, fire, nope, light cue, steam cue, collapse, nope, I do not think I have any sound, but I actually want to play a click sound, like click click click, and that kind of sound. But anyways, if I can't find, I don't know, I don't think you have it here, but I think I'm gonna forget that for now. For now, I'll just print to the screen, print string, saying that out of ammo. Okay, and of course we'll come back and add some sound here. Out of ammo, out of ammo. Okay, and I'll hit compile that, save that, and then when I play, let's see. Okay, there you go. So that's out of ammo, and let's see again. Okay, there's obviously a problem, because we're not coming back here. Instead, we're not coming back here. Instead, when we release it and it's firing, turns out to be false, and then when I hit the primary fire again, and then it's checking for it again. So that's obviously a problem, and we'll fix that now. Okay, so it's quite simple here, because it does not ever come back to the branch. It keeps on going back here. So the only thing that we can do is, instead of this coming back to fire, instead of this branch true coming back to fire, this could come back to this particular branch where it checks all of this, and then it goes and it lets the the gun fire it. So see, so if I can bring this here and connect it here, I think let's see, I'll shut this down, I'll get rid of this, and I'll either you can put this whole branch after fire, or you can simply bring it all the way back to the first branch. So I think I'll go for the second one, where true will be routed back to the first branch, and then of course I'll have to reroute it like this and like this. So that works. Awesome. Just move this to the right. So that should work. Let's see. I'll hit compile and I'll move this guy up so that it's all in the straight line. Save that, compile that again. And now let's see if it works. Okay, play, and I said 50 bullets, so there you go, out of ammo. I still have it clicked. Okay, I still have my left mouse button pressed. Now when I release it, and if I shoot again, I'm getting this message which says out of ammo. So this thing works. Okay, so now that's been taken care of. Let's take a look at the UI or some sort of display where it says, where it shows you the amount of bullets remaining. So instead of this that we have out of ammo, which I'm going to get rid of now, in fact, I'm going to show that in the UMG, our main UMG widget. So if I go over to my UI, and if I go to the widgets, and this is the HUD. So inside HUD, where we have, I'm going to put this back here, where we have these two bars, the health bar and the ammo bar. Instead, I'm going to put in an ammo counter somewhere. Let's see, I don't know, maybe to the right or to the left. Let me try and put it to the left, and if need be, we'll add that later on. So the first thing is, let me try and add, let's say, overlay. Okay, I'm going to add an overlay, and I'm going to drop this here, and this overlay is going to be bound. Overlay is going to be bound to the bottom left. Okay, and I'll again bring it down to that area, and I'll say 0.5 and 0.5. In fact, I'll say, okay, anyways, I'll just try and move this first. Okay, and I'll try to move this, and I'll put this up here, and I'll say size to content. So right now we don't have anything, so inside this overlay, and I'll just call this ammo section, okay, for the lack of a better name. Now inside overlay, I'm going to add a text that will be a label, and this will be called ammo dash. Okay, and no, this will just be called label ammo. Okay, and the text will be ammo. Okay, and of course the font size is 24, so I'll just make this 20. Okay, and then I'll add another text out here, and this will be called txt ammo. Okay, that'll be the ammo itself, and this will be, see, this will be a value of, I'll just make this a horizontal line fill. Okay, I'll just make, okay, this is the horizontal alignment left fill, this is aligned right, and vertically aligned top will be center. And let's see if I can position it a little bit to transform, if I can translate it like this out here. Okay, and so that would be 85, and the text size is 24. That's good enough, and I'll just get rid of this. Let's say I say 50 first, and oh, that's too high. I think this is good enough as 0, or maybe at the most 10 or 20, 50. Okay, so let's see if it can go all the way up to 3 digits, so 199. Okay, so I'll keep it at that, so, or 999, so 3 digits, 999. It'll never go up to that level, but it's okay. So I'll, instead of 50, I'll make it 60. Okay. And ammo, instead of simply ammo, I'm gonna say ammo space and this. Right, and of course this can be bigger than 24. This can be, let's say, 30. So you know what, I'm gonna say not size to content, I'm just gonna leave it at that. And this guy can be horizontal and vertical, and let's see, I can't move this guy other than using the translation tool. Okay, that would be 999, and maybe move him up a little bit up like this. That's -6. Okay, so you got the ammo and you got the count itself, ammo counter. So, and I think I'll just make this guy a different color, not this, that's the shadow color. Color and opacity, and let me make this green. Okay, and this has to be bound to a variable. Okay, so right now we're gonna bind it, and we're gonna say create binding. Pretty simple again. So what we're gonna do now is we first cast this. I'll move this to the right because we're gonna need some space, and I'll cast this to player, cast this to player. Okay, and as player, I will get the current weapon, okay. From the current weapon, I'm gonna get the ammo, that is this. From the current weapon, I'm gonna get the ammo that's remaining, because that's where it's getting decremented. And I'll say get ammo, and now this needs to be, of course, connected, and this will automatically convert it to a text value. Okay, I think this is an integer and this is a slate colored structure. Hang on. Okay, so get ammo. I think I got the wrong, okay, we got the wrong one. Okay, I'm gonna compile this anyways. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna go over to the design view, and this is the color and opacity, and I bound it to the wrong place. So I'll just say remove binding, compile this, and it says compiler result, cast to player, and everything can go away, and compile that. Okay, and get rid of this. Okay, and go back to the designer and look for the text. We have to bind for the text, so save that again. The txt ammo selected, I'm going to bind this to the text. We'll do the same thing and make sure that the return value for this is text, not something else. So first cast to player out here. Okay, and as player, get current weapon, and from the current weapon, get the ammo, and this ammo will then be connected here. And of course, this can move back a little bit. Both of these guys can move back to accommodate this guy. Okay, and that's good enough. We don't need anything else. Everything else should work. And compile that. Okay, cast to player. Object is, oh, okay. So this will be, let's say, try get player controller. I think this should work. Compile that. Okay, cast to player would always fail, does not inherit from. Okay, let's see. Try get pawn owner. So let's get the player character and not the controller. So get player character. And when you connect that and when you compile this, now it should work. Right, so now when I hit play, and now I can see that the ammo is 50, and I can see that the ammo is also changing, and it's not working. I'm clicking and the ammo is out. Okay, so I think we can also change that. If a few ammo is red, maybe let's see if I can go back to my designer, and if I can look to bind the color and opacity. Let's see, create binding, and let's again get that, and we say get no, cast to player, and this time we'll get this right. Say get player character. Okay. And as player, again, we will get the current weapon. Now move that here. And this is a written value. This is slate color structure, and from here we'll get the ammo. Okay, and we'll say if equal to greater than, or not equal to, but I think if it's less than equal to less than integer less than 10, if it is so, if it is less than 10, then we will have a different color structure. So we'll make it red, and we'll say branch and connect that here and connect these two guys. Okay, and if that is true, then let's say if it is less than 10, then we'll say let's create a new color structure. So let's create a new local variable, and this will be ammo color. Okay, and this will be a color structure. Color, let's say linear color, and this would be a slate color. Okay, I don't know, let's try this. And this is a slate color, and this also needs. Okay, and the default color would be we'll just get this color, and this is 0.14. So let's make this let's say 0.15. So that's a better green. It can be so 0.15. Just make this 0 completely. So 010. So that's easier to understand. And 010, and let's make this ammo color would be default to 0, 1, and 0. Okay, our default. And if not, let's say if it's true, then if this is less than 10, then we'll set the ammo color. Let's move that here. See, true, then we'll set the ammo color to, say, I don't know, let's say set color make slate color. I think we can do this instead of doing that. So we'll just say make slate color, and okay, and I'll just move this to the right. Okay, and this can come here, and this can come here as well. Maybe both of these guys need to move up like this and to the right. Okay, and the slate color would be, specified color would be, let's say if it's true, then I want to make this red. Okay, if it's false, then I'll copy the whole thing, paste it here. If it's false, then we need not change the color at all. So this, and the slate color goes up here, and this also goes up here. Okay, and if it's false, then I need this to be 0, 1, and 0. So 0, 0, 1, and 0. Okay, so that's green. All right, so let's see. I'm not sure this will work, but I'm willing to give it a try. Control that, save that, and I hit play. It's green. There you go. So when it goes below 0, you can change the color. Now, of course, this can be a threshold. This can be, you can have a threshold here, and obviously you can make this a variable. So you can say, let's say ammo alarm or something. I don't know, ammo alarm, and this will be an integer, and ammo alarm, and the default value could be, I don't know, 20. Okay, and this ammo alarm can be set up here. So if it's less than 20, then make this red, otherwise keep it green. Again, compile that and play. Now this is green. There you go. So under 20, and it's going to turn red. Okay, and once it's 0, I mean, of course, not going to be able to shoot. So we have accomplished all of that. So first we accomplished our automatic rifle. We made our AK-47 an automatic assault rifle, fire like one, along with burst. And then we also added an ammo counter and put that up to the left. So when you fire, you can see the ammo also decreasing by one. And also we added colors to the ammo just to show the player that it's gone down to alarming levels and it's about to get emptied soon. So, and once it turns to zero, we're not letting the player shoot. So we accomplished all of these tasks and we are moving at a good steady pace. That's great, and that's about it for this video. Welcome back. So what we have so far is when I hit play now, I can run around and I can shoot and I can see the ammo counter as well. And I also have fixed the, looking up and looking down and sprint. And if I sprint and that's already there, crouch, everything is working fine. And also the ammo counter, when I go all the way down to zero, and that doesn't work, right? So the ammo goes, when it turns to zero, you cannot shoot anymore. So all of those things work. So next thing that's remaining to be done is shooting down sights. That's the primary, the secondary fire mode for most assault rifles, unless you have something, you have mapped your secondary fire to the grenade launcher of your gun. That's another thing altogether. But mostly in first-person shooters, when you right-click it, the rifle or the edge or the front of the rifle, where you have these iron sights, they move towards your camera, and you can see so that you can aim better. So you can aim at the targets better. So that's the secondary fire, or that's the secondary fire mode on right-click for most first-person shooters. And also for sniper rifles, the scope comes up. So we're gonna try and implement that in this video so that it makes it for a wholesome experience, a wholesome first-person shooter experience. So the way we're gonna make this work is, inside this third-person character, we're gonna add a second camera here. So right now we have one camera which is looking from. So if I go over to the player, so this is one camera which is actually looking over. Okay. I think I just misclicked somewhere. Yeah. So this is one camera that is actually looking over the gun itself, but we're gonna need to add another camera which will then move over when you right click. But the only problem being we don't really know where exactly to place the camera, because right now we don't have any preview skeletal mesh. So let's go ahead and add a preview skeletal mesh, and that would be inside the mesh itself. So inside this mesh, I'm going to add a preview skeletal mesh, and I'll call this skeletal mesh. And let me call this preview, I don't know, skeletal mesh or something, because we're going to take this off later on anyways, right? Okay, and you have to make sure that this is a child of the mesh itself. And also, the parent socket, we have to look for the weapon attach. And if you look at the character itself, if I look at the character, and if I go over to the soldier, and if I double click on the soldier, I'll open up the skeletal structure. If I go to the skeleton, and if I look at the socket that we created, it's called weapon attach. So that's the right one. So we got the right one. So I'm going to close all of this. And now with previous skeleton mesh, I think it's all okay. Previous skeleton mesh. So I'm going to click on that. And now I'm going to get the mesh itself. And that would be the AK-47. And it's right there. And it sits pretty much in place. And that's good enough. And okay, and if I look at this, I think it's exactly where I wanted to sit, and that's all okay. I don't think I'm gonna mess around with, I'm not gonna mess around with the placement of the gun. I think I'm okay with that. So we're gonna settle with this. Okay, so if I compile that and if I save that and if I play the game, you should be able to see two different weapons. It's there, but you can't see it, but it's actually there. So we'll go back to the player, select the previous skeleton mesh, and go over and select hidden in game so that we don't get to see it at all. I don't want to see it. This is just going to be a reference mesh. We're just using this as a reference mesh, which will be gone later on anyways. Okay, and now next step is going to be to add the camera itself. So I'm going to, with the previous skeleton mesh selected, I'm going to click on add component and I'm going to add a new camera, right? And once that gets added, it just gets added in some arbitrary position, and I'm going to call this, I don't know, iron sight camera, and I want to have the parent socket for the camera as the, let's say, I don't know, projectile. Okay, so that's fine, because that's where the projectile is. That's where the projectile comes out from. You could have named it muzzle as well, but that's okay. That's why the projectile comes out from the muzzle. So now the camera has a parent socket as projectile. Okay. Okay, so with that projectile or everything selected, I'm going to move the camera over to where the iron side of the gun is. So there it is. And first I'm going to move this to where the iron side is, somewhere like here, and maybe up a bit. Now, of course, this camera is not oriented right. So I'm going to orient it right. I'm going to have to rotate it. Click on that, and I think, okay, and I'll just rotate it by like that, 180 degrees. And a better way of doing working out with cameras is that, the camera does not really worry about the scale. So you can bring the scale down to somewhere like 0.3 so that it's easier for you to work with. And now you have the camera, and when you hit F, it's going to be right there. Now, you just need to bring this down a little bit, and it's better if you don't have the snapping, if you don't have the snapping on. So I'll just click on the camera, and I'll just move this down a bit so that I'm getting this a little closer. I'll just make sure that it's oriented right. No, it's not. So move it here, right about the gun, and okay, and select that again and move that back a little bit. So this is somewhere close to the iron sights, and this is the iron sights here. So people normally aim through these sights. So this is iron sight. So if I have to look closer, go back here, F, and okay, so I think I'm okay with that. Something like this. Now this is too close, but we'll figure that out, because we don't really have a great idea about how this thing is going to work. But we have placed the camera, and we know that this is the camera that's going to be used for making the iron sights work. So I think I'm going to stop there. I'm going to hit compile, and let's move on with the other thing. And one more thing we have to do is click on this iron sight camera, go all the way down and uncheck auto activate, because I don't want to see this right away. I only want to see this iron sight camera or through this iron sight camera when the player is pressing the secondary mouse or the right mouse button. Okay, that's all fine. Now if I just hit play and see that everything works, so it's a same game and it's the same weapon. Right click, nothing's happening because we don't have anything yet. So everything works. So we can now proceed with creating the input binding for the secondary mouse, secondary fire. So again, going over to the input section, and inside the action mapping, you have the primary fire, crouch and sprint and all of that. I'm going to hit the plus key to add a new one, and I'm going to call this secondary fire. Okay, and of course this is going to be for the primary fire. You have the left mouse button and the right trigger, and this would be the right mouse button, and the left trigger, gamepad left trigger. Everything's good. Now you don't have to save those because this is the project settings. So you know what? Instead of secondary fire, I'm not going to name the secondary fire. I'm going to say aim down sights. Okay, that's a better word instead of calling it secondary fire. So now when I go back here and inside the second, the player character, and so we have all of this set up. Of course, we will change. I think I'll change my camera a little bit, move this back a little bit, I guess. Side camera and just move this back. I think we'll fix that later. But for now, in event graph, so inside input binding, so you have primary fire. So right here, I'm gonna move these guys a bit up, okay, and zoom in here and look for aim down sights. So I need this input action, aim down sights. So the simple thing we're gonna do is this is already deactivated, okay, because we have turned the auto activate off, but this is already activated or the auto activated. This is the first camera to get activated, and this is going to be deactivated. So the simplest thing we can do is just drag in the follow camera or the main camera that we have and type in deactivate, okay, and connect this, and then bring our iron sight camera, okay, and just say activate, okay, and connect these two guys. As simple as that. Maybe this can come down here, okay, and when I hit compile, save, when I hit play now, so if I move here and I hit right click, there you go. So now it's actually looking through the iron sights, but it's not perfect. That's something not I'm not worried about right now, because at least it's going down the sights, it's looking through the camera, and maybe I can aim it better. Anyways, so at least the basic function is done. Now all we have to do is position the camera and tweak a little more things to make it look good. So before we actually go back and work around with the camera positioning, which is the easy part, or it's just a lengthy part or more like a mundane task, but let's first also, so right now if I hit play and if I right click, and it does that, but it stays there. Okay, I want to change that. In fact, when I release my right click, I do not want it to I want it to go back to its normal state. So I'm going to move this and this to the right, okay, and maybe increase the height of this and move this guy further up, okay, and this guy can now move up here. And the first thing is I need to bring this guy down, okay, and for the released, this will be the exact opposite. So the first is the iron sight camera will get deactivated instead of activated. So I'll say deactivate, okay, and move it here like that. And the follow camera will instead be activated. It's exact reverse of what is happening, like that. All lined up all lined up fine. Now compile, save, hit play, and right click, and I got it pressed, release it, it's back there. Okay, so let's try it again. So if I run around and I right click and I leave it, okay, so that should work. All right, so now what we'll do is we'll start positioning our camera for our iron sight camera. So right now, if you notice, the best way to do it is, in fact, I can see that. Maybe go down, scroll down. I think go to the right, like that. And if I hit play now, If I do that, and I think that's a little better, maybe a little towards the right, looking good. Maybe I'll just see it from here. Let me try again. A little towards the right. Yeah, so that is like that. A little too much. Now I think it should be okay. I believe maybe a little down. I don't know. Play. Perfect. I still don't feel that it is. It needs to move to the left. That is to the left a little bit. How about this? I believe now it's fine. This looks about right. That's great. And I release it, and I can, of course, I can't, I shouldn't be able to run around, but that will be changed. We'll fix that later on. But for now, we have this iron sights feature working, and of course, I release it, and it goes back to its normal site, and I right click, and it goes back. It takes up the iron sight, so pretty good, not bad at all. Maybe I should be bringing this a little more closer, like this, that I can aim better. Yeah. So if I want to hit, let's say, let me place something. Let's say I place something here. I'll just Alt, move this up here, and if I hit end, this is 111. No, let me say 0.5.5.5. Okay, so let's say if I want to aim at this, let's see if I am able to do it. If I just hit end, I don't know if I will even be able to see it, so I'll put it here, hit play, and it's working. Okay, that's great. So I'm able to aim properly, and of course I should be able to run. And when you're running and you're aiming, obviously the accuracy goes down, which is fine, but I'm happy with the results so far. And of course, when we need to tweak later, we're going to do that. But for now, we have the iron sights covered. We also have a lot of other things covered. So now we're getting closer and closer to having a full-fledged FPS with iron sights on, and with firing, and with sprinting, with crouching, and all that. So we're heading in the right direction. So that's about it for this video, where we took care of the iron sights. And I'll see you. Welcome back. So this is what we have. We made the iron sights work, and but one thing that we did not work on is, so while I am walking, I should not be walking so fast, because while I'm aiming down the sight, the reason a player aims down the sight is for accuracy, to aim better. But while he's walking, the sights are all wobbly, so it's not all that great. So one thing we can do is, actually we can change the walk speed, the maximum walk speed, while the player is aiming down the sights. So out here, I'll bring in my character movement. Okay, and I'll say set max walk speed, and I'll set the max walk speed to 300, so that it doesn't look too fast. I'll just move this down a little bit, so that I'll be able to accommodate this little guy out here. And maybe I can move them back up one by one, and hook these two up. Okay, so that should be good. And this would be 300. Okay, and for while when it's released, when the iron aim down sights is released, I will again set the max walk speed back to what it originally was, and that would be 600. Okay, and connect that, compile it, and I don't need to save it because it's success on compile. And then when I right click and when I'm walking, so now he's walking a lot slower, and also at the same time it's not all that wobbly. Yes, it is wobbly, that's because the animation itself, but it's still not as bad as it used to be. So if I run around here and if I come here and if I if I want to sneak around this corner and I want to target that box out there, so I'll keep my iron sights on, and if I walk towards that and then so it's, yes, it's wobbly, but it's better than before. We just wanted to do that so that we can set the ground right for the future while we are fixing the animations, because it's not the best because it's wobbly too much and he's swinging his arm a little too much while he's walking, but that will be fixed later. And one more thing is when I go to the player, when I click on the mesh and if I look at the material out here for the soldier body, no, not for the soldier body, if I look for my, let's see, first I'll just click on the light source and I'll make it movable so that this message goes away, and I'll just look at my materials and weapons, and this is the AK-47, and it's not as shiny, so let's make it a little more shinier. So I'm going to click 1 and I'll bring in a constant value, connect that to metallic and make this 1. Okay, all right, and I'll bring in another constant and connect that to roughness, and let's make this 0.3. Okay, save, and let's wait for that. And now this has gotten all the more shinier. Now if I hit play, now you can see that the shine is coming through and it's looking brilliant. Now if I right click, and it's looking better than before. Great. Just a small fix before we move on. So now that we have taken all of that, or taken care of all of those little things, let's actually figure out how to have a muzzle flash on the gun. So right now, if you shoot, the bullets are coming out fine from the right place. You're able to look through the sides, and even that's okay. But that's not already. It's not looking realistic at all, because normally when you fire a weapon, there'll be a flash of light coming from the muzzle. So we're gonna add that now. For that to happen, you'll have to go and download certain particle effects from the marketplace, which are free of cost and given by free of cost provided by Epic Games themselves. So you'll have to open your launcher and go over to the Unreal Engine and go over to your library, the marketplace section, and then wait for that to download, come up, and look for Infinity Blade effects, the first one right there. Okay, so once you click on that, and this is what you need. So now I already have owned it, so I think I just need to add it to the project. Now if you don't have it, then there'll be a download button for you, so you'll have to download it, and then that button changes to add to project. So once you get that downloaded, just follow along, or if you want, you can pause your video, download that, and then follow along. So I just have to add this to the project. So I'll add this to the project, and I'll look for my particular project, the one that we are working on, and that would be, if I can look for it, I think that's called the FPS course. Let me say show all projects, and that would be FPS course. Yes, this is it, and I'll just say asset not compatible with version other. So let me say 4.18, and I'll say add to project, and now it's adding to the project. And now once it's done, it'll show up inside your content browser. So it'll just take a little while depending on the size of the pack itself. Now this is taking a little longer than usual because of a different version maybe, but we'll still wait out and see how this is going. In the meanwhile, you can just look at the comments or the review of the particles, or you can just go through the YouTube video. It's quite a good particle system that's given to you for free of cost, no cost at all. And this is the effect system or the particle system that is used in the mobile game called Infinity Blade. And you are free to use it for your commercial projects for nothing. I think you can only use it for your commercial projects, which is based on Unreal and not anything else. Okay, so these are all the particle systems that are available to you, and it's quite a decent particle system for no cost at all. So now it's done, and if I look at this, it's got Infinity Blade effects, and of course I can load up maps, and these are the level contents. I don't need to do that. I'll just go over the overview, and this could be more like an arena where all the things are showcased, if you recall the first one. So I'll just wait for this to load up. There could be a lot of effects out there, so it's taking a while for it to load up. It might also compile the shaders once it loads up. Okay, so I'm gonna save select it, and I'll let this load up, and now it's gonna compile the shaders like I said. And all of these are the sprites that is exploding and bunch of other things. So these are all the sprites, but it needs to compile the shaders before it can do anything at all. So you just need to wait for these shaders to compile before you can actually see anything of substance. And it depends on the speed of your PC, and how long it takes is wholly dependent on how beefy your computer is. So mine is not that bad, and mine is not super beefy either. So it might take anywhere between 3 to 5 minutes. That's what I'm guessing. Based on the rate at which it's compiling the shaders right now. It's 1,529 shaders left to be done. So I'm going to pause the video, and I'll return once the shaders have been compiled. So here you have all the particle systems. It's been compiled completely. It took a while, not as long as other particle systems, but because these are Infinity Blade, which is mostly for mobile phones. So the particle systems are decent. You can use them for your PC project as well. So something like this. And a lot of other particle systems, they're not super rich. Like if you look at these files here, it's okay, not bad. It's great for mobile phones, but not great for PCs, but it gets the job done. Of course, there are other particle systems that you can look at in the marketplace. Some are not free, some are free. But if you just want to get a prototype done, I would recommend quickly downloading this and getting the job done. And then you can probably look for particle systems that are, way richer depending on the platform that you are working on. Now, this first person shooter that we are working on is mainly for mobile phones and for consoles, because we also have our input bindings for the game pads and all that, which the mobile phones don't have. We don't have any touch related code. So as a prototype, these particle systems are good enough just to get things working, and later on you can replace them with richer ones, which you have certain particle systems which are quite rich. So for instance, if I go over to my if I click on, I think I'll go to my library, and if I go all the way down, you have something called Explosions Builder, and this is not free, this is paid. So, and this is compatible with all of these versions of engine. You can use this if you once you get into serious development, when you want to go commercial. But now this is not bad either, like I said. But if you really want it really rich and all, I would recommend that you go for this, which is not free. You still have to pay a bit for it. I think I ended up paying somewhere around $14 or something. So good enough, and this is decent if you if you can spend for your commercial project that much, then nothing like it. Anyways, so I'm gonna close this, click on the marketplace. No, I think I'll just close this, and I'll update this later on. So I'll just close this, and let's get back to this particular particle systems that we have. All right, so the one that we're going to use now, or the particle effect that we're going to use now, should be here. I'm not sure in this particular level. If not, we can just go ahead and find it anyways inside, search for that particular effect from this folder. But I'm going to search for muzzle. I don't know if it's going to be in here. No, it's not. So if I can, let me create a new level because there is too much distraction here. I'm going to create a new level just for that. I'm not going to save this. And inside the Infinity Blade effects, I'm going to search for muzzle, and there are about 3 muzzle flashes. This is a static mesh, this is a particle system, and this is also a particle system. Now this is a backpack muzzle flash, and this is chicken. I don't know why it's called chicken master muzzle flash. So if I open this up and if I look at that, that's what it looks like. Okay, so this is what we're going to use, and not bad at all. I'm going to close this because I don't need it, and I will keep that, and I'll close the HUD. I don't need that, so I'm going to close all the windows that I don't need now. So yeah, so if I drag this and if I drop it here, and this will keep on firing it. If I just play, maybe I'll just put it in front of the character like that. It was too quick, so if I open that up, so that's what the muzzle flash looks like. Okay, I think I know why it's called chicken master, because it's got feathers coming out of it. So if I double click it, if I play it again, so you can see the feathers coming out. So that's why it's probably called chicken. Anyway, it's not important. So we'll go back to our map and let's start working on this. If I look for my third person BP, close this out, maps and third person map. I do not need to, I don't think I need to save anything. I'll just say don't save. So now we are back here. So what we need to do is we have to attach this particle system to the particular weapon that we are holding. So in our case, it's the weapon blueprint. So if I look for the blueprints, and if I look for my blueprints weapons, so this is where I need to be adding it, because this is where the projectile is also coming from. We're also firing it from here. The fire function, the main fire function, is being called from here. So it really makes sense that we add the particle system inside the weapon based blueprint. Okay, so inside the event graph, we'll have to, once the fire event is called, at the end of everything, once the ammo is taken away, we need to spawn an emitter here. But before we do that, you have to make sure that you have a socket in there. So if I click on the skeleton mesh, if I go over to the mesh itself, I click on that little magnifying glass to get me to the content browser. But double click here, go back to my skeleton and look at the projectile component, or the bone here. So that's where this thing sits. Okay, this is where the projectile is coming from. So this was established long back. So if you're following along with the series, then you should also have a socket somewhere around this area, depending on where you wanted it. Now I wanted it from here, so I placed it here. So I'm good there. But anyways, I just wanted to check, where I just want to have a preview mesh coming around. So I'll just say add preview asset, and here I'll just look for muzzle. And you got the muzzle flash static mesh. Of course, you can have the particle system in here. I mean, you can, but it's not going to make any. It would be kind of pointless because you'll only be able to see it once, and it's very easy to miss. So I'll just click on the muzzle flash static mesh, and it'll place it right there. So I just wanted to see that orientation and everything is fine. Now I think that's going to be fine. So I don't need to change anything here. It's coming out from there, and I'm totally absolutely fine with that. If you want to go ahead and if you want to change it, you're free to do that, but I don't think I need any changes for this preview asset. So I'm just going to save that. I'm going to leave it there because this is not anyways going to affect the game. It's just a preview mesh. So going back here to the AK-47, not this, I'll just close that. In fact, I can even close it. I don't need it. So going back to weapon base and the event graph, out here after everything has been called, I will say spawn emitter at location. Okay, and the emitter template is going to be the muzzle that we looked for, chicken master. I also want to see what the other muzzle is. So I'm gonna look for the Infinity Blade effects, and I don't know, I'll just search for muzzle here. Muzzle. So let me see what this is all about. Okay. Okay. I don't know. If I put this here and I play, I don't know, maybe put this up here a little bit, somewhere here in front of me. How about here? Yeah, play. How about yeah, right? And if I hit play, and that's a little too intense, and instead, so I'll just click on this, and then I'll click on this, and then I'll just switch to that, and there you go. That's a chicken feather. Weird, but gets the job done. So I'm gonna delete this, take it off the level, click on this guy, go back to the player, not the player, weapon base, and then click on this little arrow. So that should add the emitter template as the chicken master muzzle. Okay. So now we have the asset keyed in. Now what this is looking for is the location, rotation, and the scale and everything else. Now what is it going to be? Now we don't really have the access to the weapon, or the weapon that is currently used by the player. Not this particular weapon, but the weapon that's currently used by the player. So for that, we first have to cast it. Cast to player. Okay, and that would be this. Okay, and cast to player, and as player, let's get the current weapon. So this is what we're looking for. If we're looking for this particular variable, we're trying to get this particular variable from the weapon base. So we'll say get current weapon, and this, it's right there. There you go. Okay, move this towards the right a bit because we have to get the location, rotation, and all that. Okay, so now that we have the current weapon, let's look for the socket and its transform. So I'm going to say get socket transform. Okay, get socket transform of this particular static mesh and not the default scene root. So that way we can directly enter the static mesh and get it. So once we do that, and let me move that here and move this here. Okay, and I just have to right click and split the struct pin and connect this to the location, this to the scale, and the scale, let's see, or also connect this to the scale and maybe line them up like that. And if I hit compile and it says object is undetermined, okay, out here the socket name has to be, let's go back to our viewport, the skeleton mesh, and let's get the socket name. I shouldn't have closed it. Go back to my skeleton, and it's called projectile. So I'm going to hit F2, copy that so that I don't make a mistake, and close all of this. Come back to weapon base, put that in here, and keep that as RTS world. That's okay. And for the target, oh no, or for the object out here, it's got an error here. So we will say get player character, because it's a player character. It's a character, not a player character. All right, compile that and should be fine. Now let's try and play and shoot the weapon, and there you go. And it's right now it's too huge, and also the velocity and all that. I'm out of ammo. I'm gonna hit play again, and I'll just shoot. Right click. It's too big, and that's because the scale out here is 1:1:1. So if you want to change that, or instead of adding hard-coded values, what you can do is you can simply say, you can multiply this, multiply vector multiplied by float, and you can say 0.5, so which means that half the scale of the current scale, and then you can connect that now to the scale, so it should be way smaller, or half the size of that. So I can play it from here right now, and there you go, and decent enough. Shoot again. Oh, out of ammo. So all right, so you can also play around with this transform space. So if you say the parent bone space might not work for the most part, I'll just try it anyways. and that's a bone space, which is crazy. So if I say RTS component, and again the same issue, and RTS actor, same issue. So the best is RTS world because it takes in the world space of that particular socket and spawns that emitter at that particular location. Awesome. Also, if I hit play now, and it's still a little big, right? So I think I'll just bring this down further down by 0.1. So let's see if I say 0.1 and oh, okay. I'll hit play again. Not the best looking muzzle flash, but gets the job done, and you know how to do it now. But also, if I go back to my AK-47 and look at the mesh, the projectile, I think it should be, I don't know. I think I'll just get rid of the preview mesh for now. I'll just say remove selected, remove children, remove selected, delete, no. Okay, so I'll just say add preview mass asset, and I'll just go for remove all attached assets, and there you go. So I'll see, I think this is coming from maybe the rotation, I believe is supposed to be here, and okay, and maybe let's say relative rotation is this, and if I rotate it this way 90 degrees, there you go, and maybe I'll just move this, I don't know, it's too fast. I'll just move this a bit down like this, and when I hit save, I come back here, play. Not the best looking, something wrong here. Okay, I think I'll just get rid of all these, save. All right, so I think I'll just bring this down a bit like that, or maybe a little bit down. I don't know if this will work. Let's see. That works. The muzzle flash is there, and okay, all right, fine. So not the best looking muzzle flash, but it gets the job done for a prototype. And of course, as I said, you can switch this to something else. And if you hadn't hooked up, I'm just going to save this. If you hadn't hooked up the rotation to the spawn emitter rotation, so this is what is going to happen. So I'll hit compile, play. If you see that, it's moving sideways because it's not really taking the rotation into account. So once you take the rotation into account for the projectile socket, that way, even if you're moving around, I'll hit play. Okay, so it does not really move sideways. Okay, so that works great for us. All right, so we have everything we need for the muzzle flash, and we're gonna move on quickly and without wasting a lot of time on aesthetics, because there's always time for us to return and work on those aesthetics and replace ugly looking things with pretty looking things, but not until the base fundamentals are cleared. All right, so we have most of the things cleared up, and we'll keep on moving, we'll keep on studying around, and we'll keep on proceeding with all the basic mechanics for the first person shooter game taken care of, and then maybe it's up to us to how to beautify the game. Right, so that's about it for adding the muzzle flash in this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to try and fix the animations of the character. So we have certain issues here. So let's, for example, let me play the game. So if I'm looking down and if I'm sprinting, and it's kind of looking weird, right? And also when I'm pressing shift, that is when I want to crouch, and I'm moving, so it's crouching and moving at the same time, so that's fine. Now when I hit sprint key again, and it's sprinting at the same time while it's crouching, so this is really weird. Now these things that we have to really fix. Now I shouldn't be allowed to do that. I shouldn't be allowed to sprint when I'm I shouldn't be allowed to sprint when I'm crouching. Okay. And also this is kind of looking weird, and if I'm sprinting and if I'm crouching and if I'm looking down and if I can sprint, which is very weird. So a lot of these things that needs to be fixed. So let's go ahead and fix that first. Of course, open up your player or your third person character if you have that named as third person character, and we'll have to fix a bunch of things out here. So we'll look for your action keys, like I'm gonna scroll out a little bit if I can find that. So you have the turn rate and you have the movement input, which is fine. Yeah, out here you have the crouch and the sprint, so you'll have to make some changes out here. Okay, so the first thing is we'll have to make some changes out here for the sprint especially. So before, I'm gonna make some space out here for myself, so I think I'll scroll out and increase the height here, and I'll further increase the height here and bring the height, increase the height for this like this, and then move these guys to the right a little bit. Okay, and this guy down here a little bit so that I can make room for myself. I think that should be good enough. All right, and also this guy can move all the way down here like that. Good enough. Okay, so I'll have to check something before I actually get into the sprint mode. I have to check whether whether I'm in the crouch or not. So if I'm in the crouch, then I will not. Okay, I'll make some space for myself. This guy needs to come down here. Okay, I think I'll cut the connection off here, the target and the character movement. I'll make a copy and I'll bring him down here and connect him here instead. Doesn't matter, means the same thing, like this. Okay, so first I'm gonna look for the branch. I'm gonna say branch. Okay, and move these guys a little bit to the right. And what I'm gonna check for is if I can look for that variable is crouching. Okay, if it's crouching already, okay, I'm gonna look for this particular condition. If it's crouching, and then let's you need to go ahead and make the crouching to be false. So I'll set the crouching to false first and then move on with everything else, and set the crouching to false and then set the sprinting to true, and then make all of these changes. Okay, and if it is false, then I'll just have to say carry on as you always would. So I'll just bring this down, same, and I'll just say carry on with this, and instead ignore the setting the is crouching variable. Okay, and that should take care of that. And this guy can also come up here now, like this. Okay, maybe down a little bit. I think I'm good there, or should I just move this a little to the right, and this guy can be here, and everything is good. Now we'll do the same thing with the crouch as well. So I'll move this to the left, around the same place, and move these guys to the right like that. And of course disconnect the connection between these two and bring them down and bring them around here, similar to this place, similar to this thing. And I'll make a copy of the character movement variable and move him up here and reconnect to the target for this. Okay, and that's all cool. Now I'll just make him in the same line like that. Now same thing, we'll just look for the branch. We'll create a branch here. Okay, and if it is true, then we'll have to bring in, let's say, I think bring these guys down first. I have to bring these guys down so that, like this, and bring these guys down a little bit so that I can accommodate this kind of variable up there. So if it is true, let's see, and what it's true. If is printing or is printing is true. Okay, select that. If printing is true, then we just set the is printing, okay, and connect that to set. We set it to false. Connect these two, else this just goes and connects this like that. Okay, and one step down like that. Okay, otherwise everything just goes on as usual. Okay, so everything is set up, and in fact I'll just move this up here so that, like that, and same here, like this. I think I'm okay with that, and compile that, save that, and this should get the job done, hopefully. So going back to the level, I'll hit play, and when I'm crouching, let's say I'm hitting shift key and I'm moving forward, and then when I hit the sprint key, and then it starts actually gets up and starts sprinting, so that it actually is not sprinting while it's in the crouch mode. So while I'm sprinting, and if I hit the crouch key, it actually cancels out the sprint and it goes over to the crouch mode. And then again, I take off the sprint, and if I go over here and then I hit the sprint key again, it actually cancels everything out, and it's not in the crouch mode anymore, and it's actually inside the normal sprint mode. Okay, again, I'll do that. This is not the crouch mode, and if I crouch now, okay, and if I'm moving slowly and then I hit the sprint key, you can see that it's actually gotten up and doing it. It's not around the crouch mode. So if I look down, he's actually running. Okay, so that was a very quick fix and had to be done, and we did it, and decent. And we also rearranged the code a little bit and made it look a little better. And maybe this has to be gotten back here like that. All right, great. So everything is good, and let's move on to our next video. Thank you. Welcome back. So what we have so far is we have the muzzle flash, and we have the aiming down the sights, and we also fixed up our animation states, transition from different animation states. So next up, what we're gonna need is we'll have to take care of the reloading, so it's not entirely our ammo. Once it turns to zero, you have to restart the game, because there's no new clips coming in, new magazines coming in, that you can't reload your rifle. So we're gonna take care of the reload, except we're not gonna work on the animations for the reload. We will do that later, but we'll at least take care of the basic functionality of the reload. So when you hit R, we're gonna use all the key bindings. So when you hit R, when your ammo turns to zero or whatever it is, it'll come back. It'll resupply some of your ammo. Put in a new magazine into your on your AK-47. Anyways, I think that should be okay. All right, fine. So let's look at our weapon base. So we're going to be looking at the weapon base, not the player, because that's where our AK-47 is. And I'm going to need two different variables. I'm going to need first is I'm going to need a max ammo, and I'll hit Control W, and I'll call this clip or magazine size. Magazine size, and both of these would be integer. Okay. All right. Okay, so once we have that, we'll have to create a function, or we can create a custom event even, but I would go with a function. So I'll click on the plus on the function here, and I'll call this reload weapon. Okay, and when I hit compile, we have to actually look for whether the magazine size is the same as ammo or max ammo and all that. So I'll first get in a branch node. Okay, but before that, I need to set the magazine size. Now, right now the ammo is 50, which is a little too much. So the magazine size, let me set this to 0. Okay, and let me set this to 25. Okay, that will be the magazine size. Inside the construction script, just so that we don't mess it ever, I'll say set ammo, which would be equal to always the magazine size. Okay, right? And if I hit compile now, and if I now look at ammo, of course it won't show that, but it's gonna set it anyways. Okay. So if I let's say I play the game and I look for the event begin play. There it is. One more zoom, and I just say print string, and if I want to print out the ammo, okay, I'll just get the ammo. Okay, and I'll just do it like that. So conversion from an int to a text. Now I'm not sure if that's gonna do it. If that's not gonna do it, then we'll put that up in whatever we put it inside the event, the construction script. We'll put it inside the event begin play. Anyways, I'm gonna hit play and I'm gonna see. Okay, fine. So that works. All right. So I don't need to worry about that. So all you have to change is the ammo, and all you have to do change that is the ammo, the magazine size, and whether or not, even if you have the magazine size as 50, which is not correct, and I'll do that again. I'll check it again. So print size, I'll get the ammo and connect this, and I'm going to delete that anyway. So when I hit play now, it should show me 25. So no matter what your ammo value is, it's going to set it to the magazine size, which is more of a validation trick and much essential so that we don't get into any headaches later on. Anyway, so going back to the reload weapon, and let's start adding this function with code. And one more variable that we'll have to set something is the max ammo, and I'll say 100, and just for now we might change this later. And the condition that we have to check is for instance, if the player has full ammo and if he hits R key, then we should keep him from doing that because we don't want him to do that. So we will check whether it will be equal to that would be integer equal to integer. Okay, and we'll say if ammo equal to magazine size, then we'll proceed with our logic now. All right, so if this is true, if the ammo is equal to magazine size, then we're not going to do anything. And if it is false, then we have to look for another condition. I'm going to have another condition here, and this condition is going to be if the ammo is greater than the max ammo. So that's what we're going to check. Now, I'll explain it a little later. So for now, we can just follow along because we can add as many clips as we want. But again, we should not be going beyond the max ammo default value. So that's what we're going to check for. But you'll follow what exactly I'm doing once I'm kind of done with this. It's hard to explain, but you'll understand when I'm done with this. So out there, the condition will be integer greater than equal to integer. Okay. Okay, so instead of greater than equal to, I'll fix this. I'll change this to, let's first actually get the max ammo, and I'll say greater than instead of greater than equal to. So if this is integer is greater than integer, and I'll connect this here. If this is greater than equal to, let's say, the magazine size, which means take away some of that and put it inside the ammo. So the max ammo being that you cannot go beyond, so you cannot probably have more than 4 reloads or something. Okay, so that's what it means in real. So once that's done, and now we'll look for each of these conditions. So what if it's true and what if it's false? All right, so once this is false, I'll have to set the ammo, and the ammo will be set to whatever the max ammo value is right now, like this. Okay, and I'll just have to move this a little bit. Okay, and move this guy up here. All right. Right, so once that's done, then we'll say let's set the max ammo, and we'll just zero it out. Okay, so whatever's remaining, just give it to the ammo and then just set the max ammo to 0. That's what it means, but it might be a little convoluted, but you will get it. I'm pretty sure about that. It's hard to explain, but once you follow along, and you'll definitely get it. Anyways, I'll be moving all of these guys out here so that I can accommodate this, and again move this to the right and move this so that it's nice and clean. Awesome. All right, and if it's true, then max ammo is indeed greater than magazine size. So what we're gonna do now, which means that we have enough max ammo. So again, I'm gonna set the ammo, set ammo, and in this case, the ammo is gonna be the magazine size, like that. Okay, and then after that, I will set, let's say, set max ammo, and this will be minus, so that would be integer minus integer. Now this has to deplete the max ammo, right? So that's why we have the integer minus integer. So we have to take the clip size away from the max ammo. So this is going to be max ammo, and this is going to be the magazine size. I like that. Okay, so pretty simple, or maybe not. You'll definitely get it once we move along. So we have, once the function is called, we're looking whether the ammo is equal to the magazine size, and if it's not equal to the magazine size, then we're checking whether the max ammo, which is 100 right now, is greater than equal to the magazine size, which is 25. So during the first reload, it's always going to be true, because max ammo 100 and magazine size is 25, so 100 greater than 25. It's going to come here, and then it's going to set the magazine size. It's going to set the ammo to whatever the magazine size is, and the magazine size is 25, so the ammo is going to be 25. All right, this is after all the, this is once, only when you hit the reload a weapon or the R key, and once that's taken care of, now you have to take max ammo. Now you have to take away from the max ammo, that is the 100. So you are decrementing, or you are taking away the magazine size from the max ammo, that is, you're taking 25 away from 100. So that will be so that max ammo will be left with 75, and it keeps on going, and it keeps on hitting here, and then it checks here, and then it sees whether the max ammo is greater than magazine size. So if it is, max ammo is indeed less than that, or even equal to that, if max ammo is 0 and magazine size is also 0, then it hits here, comes to the false condition, and then it sets the max ammo set to the max ammo, which would be kind of 0, and then also max ammo set to 0. As simple as that. Right, so I'm going to compile this and save this, and when I hit play, obviously you're not going to see anything other than ammo as 25, which we changed that, but we'll have to make those changes inside the HUD as well. So I'm going to close the weapon and everything else, and the weapon base is okay. I'm going to look for my widgets, and I'll be modifying my HUD. Now this is ammo. Now if I want, I can actually maybe bring this up a little bit. Okay, all right, and I think I should be, if I can look for the translation, I'll move it up a bit, like that. That is minus 68. I'll just say minus 70. Okay, and I'll do the same thing for this, and this is the text ammo, and minus 70. There you go. And next up, what I should have done, that I should have not done this, and instead I should have moved the overlay. I'll just hit Control Z, Control Z, and there you go. So I'll just move this, and maybe I'll just move this up a little bit. The position Y is minus 44. I'll just move this out here. All right, so that should take care of the ammo, and I'll add two more. So I'll add one more label, and I'll call this copy, and I'll paste this, and this will be called txt label max ammo. This is just for testing this, and of course this can be translated down out here. Okay, and this can be called max ammo. This is the font. Where is the text? Yeah, there you go. Max ammo. I'll just add max ammo. All right, and of course we have to add a text as well. That was just the label, so I'm going to hit copy, and I'm going to right click, and I'm going to say paste, and this will be text max ammo, right? And this will be the same Y as this. Maybe I'll just move. This is 53, so I'll just make this 55. Okay, and I'll also make this as 55. Okay, and of course this can be 0 or 100, 120, 150. All right, great. And so that's 100. So let me make this to look like 100. 100. All right, that would be the max ammo, but anyways, I'll keep this as 999 just to check. So you have ammo and max ammo. Now I'm not going to worry about the color coding of the max ammo. We'll do that much later. But I'm going to look for this particular function, and I'm going to look here, and I can close this for now, and maybe get armor bar. I'll close this as well. I'll close this as well, and I'll go back to my designer. I'll bind this as well, and I'll say create binding. Okay, this is going to be very similar to what we did there for the get text ammo. So first we're going to cast to player. So I'm going to cast to player. There it is, and the wildcard object in input bin would be get player character. Okay, and set that up here. All right, and then after that we need to get the current weapon as player. Say get current weapon. Okay, so once we have the current weapon, which means that we are accessing weapon base underscore bp, and we want to get the max ammo instead of, as in here we have the ammo. In this case we want to get the max ammo, so I just have to move this to the right a little bit, and we'll say get max ammo. There you go. And now if you connect this with this, it's automatically going to convert that, and everything is going to work just fine. Now when I hit compile, save this, and go back here, and I hit play, and now I can see max ammo as 25, and ammo as 25, and max ammo as 100, which is great. Now if I want to shift the positions a little bit, I can do that. In fact, I'll go back to the designer, and let's see the ammo label out here. No, label ammo. If I move this like this, maybe a little bit back. All right, great. And this one could be somewhere like 85, and this can be the same as text max ammo 150. So I'll make this 150. 150. There you go. So that should take care of that. And when I come back here, play the game, now I can see 25 and 100. Exactly what I want. Awesome. Okay, so I hit play, I shoot a couple of times, and I hit nothing's gonna happen because I haven't really bound anything. So let's go over to the project settings and look for action mappings, which you don't have yet. So I'm gonna create a new action mapping. I'm gonna call this reload, and of course the key is gonna be R. If I can look for the R key, there it is. Okay, and for maybe if you want to add for your, I don't know, gamepad, you can, I don't know, maybe you can add the B key or something. I don't know. I'm not going to set that up right now. So again, going back to my player, so we have the input setup where we have the input binding. So this is going to be for your movement input, and this, okay, and if I can look for the weapon, there it is. So I'm going to add this here, and I'm going to be creating a box around this. I'm going to call this weapon input. C, I'm going to call this weapon input. Okay, and I think I'll give this, I don't need to give this a color. In fact, I'll just increase the width, and I'll add another comment here, and I'll just hit C. Okay, and I'll get rid of, okay, all right. So if I double click this, I'll just get rid of this. I hit C, and I'll say show bubble when zoomed, and the comment need not be anything at all. Okay, and I'll just, something wrong here. I think I'll just bring this from outside. C. Okay, and I'll just move this like that, and I'll get rid of this, and the color can be again red, right? And show bubble when zoomed, I don't need that. I just have to make this like that, and all right, something seriously wrong here. All right, it just crashed, I guess. I'll go back to my player and click on this and bring this guy down here like this, and just place him here, and maybe even make him even smaller and a little bigger. Okay, and out here I'll add the code for out here I'll add the code for reload. So I'll just say right click, and I'll say reload, and inside reload I'll be getting the input weapon, current weapon, I mean, get the current weapon, and when I press it, then I just want to say reload weapon and connect that to pressed, and that should take care of everything, hopefully. Save, and let's try this out. And right now it's 2500, and I hit reload. I also want to play a sound, so let me see if I can find that sound of reload. Or if I say start a content audio, I doubt it. I'll say fire, nope, steam, nope, these are all weird sounds. Anyways, going back to the player, I'll shoot some bullets first. I'll hit R, nothing's gonna happen. I'll shoot some 12 bullets when I hit R, and you can see that it's 25 and 75. Shoot some more, 25 and 50. Nothing's gonna happen because it's full clip, the magazine is full. I just shoot one bullet or two bullets, and I just hit R again, and it's 25. So now this is gonna be the last clip. I just shoot one bullet, and I just waste away my entire magazine. I hit R, the max ammo is 0 again. Now I only have 25 bullets in all. Okay, I can keep shooting, and now when I hit R, nothing. Okay, now we also have to prevent that, but we're not gonna bother about it right now. That's a fine tune that we'll worry about later on. But we can see that it works. Okay, I'll show it again. 25 and 100, 25 in your magazine and 100 as the max ammo, which means that you have 4 magazines. Okay, I'll just shoot 3 bullets, and I'll hit R. So now you wasted one full magazine, and we have brought in another magazine. So now out of the 4 magazines, so in fact it's not really 4 magazines, it's actually 5 magazines. You come in loaded with 1 magazine, and you have 4 extra magazines. So 25 multiplied by 4 would be 100. So you have 4 magazines that is stashed away, that you're carrying along 4 magazines, and you already are loaded with 1 magazine. So right now you are left with 1 full magazine that is representative of the ammo count, that is 25, and the max ammo, which is showing us 75, which means 3 magazines. So right now you have 4 full magazines. Again, I shoot 2 bullets, and I hit R. So now we are left with 3 magazines, 2 bullets again, and I hit R. Now you're left with no, now you're left with 2. I'm gonna shoot 1 or 2 bullets. Now I'm gonna hit R again. I'm left with 1 magazine now. Now I can, if I hit R, nothing is gonna happen. But if once I shoot and I hit R, that's gonna change that to 0, which will fix that. Maybe we can do that right now. So if I go over to the weapon base and if I say that it's magazine is greater than, set magazine size and to the magazine size, and we also have to check if the max ammo is greater than magazine size. And let's see, I'm going to set a breakpoint here, add breakpoint, and let's see what happens. Okay, I'm going to come back here, play the game. Okay, R R R R so now it's broken, right? And so now if I F8, so it did break down, so which means that at this point you have to I'll remove the breakpoint. So we just have to check whatever ammo is in there, and if it is 0, then we're not gonna switch, we're not gonna throw away the magazine. We can't do that. So out here we can check, we can say branch again, and out here I'll just move all of these guys to the right, and this will be if the max ammo is greater than 0. Okay, so that's the condition. So which means that now it's not going to make any difference. I hope so. So I compile that and I play the game. Reload, 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 and now I just shoot some and I hit reload. It's not going to do anything, but it's still going to let you shoot, and it won't let you waste that last few bullets that you have in your last magazine. Okay, excellent. All right, so that's about that. If you want, you can also change this to magazines left or something like that, but I think I'm okay with max ammo, so I'm gonna shut this down now, and we are done with the reloading part. And of course, a lot remains to be done, but for now we are good with it. So that's it, and I'll see you in the next. Welcome back. So what we have so far is a reload system that works quite realistically. But there are certain games, like for instance, if I just take away 2 bullets from here, and if I hit reload, then it should just add 3 bullets from the max ammo instead of throwing the whole magazine away and putting in a new magazine. So not realistic, but there are certain games which let you do that, so that the player does not really have to bother about losing the existing ammo that he already has. So that's just one way to go about it. Now, this is an entirely optional video for you because it's not really required if that your design for your game does not involve this. If this is more realistic, right? So when you're in the middle of a firefight and you shot down like 7 to 8 bullets. When you hit reload, obviously it's not gonna just add 7 bullets. It's gonna add you're gonna throw away the magazine and you're gonna add a new magazine. So that's a little more realistic. But again, if you want to have it this way, like I shoot 1, then I should expect to have only 6 bullets taken away from 75 of max ammo, and the amount of max ammo remaining should be 69, and the ammo should be then 25. So that's what we're going to work on, but again, it's up to you the way you like it. And we will if you want, you can entirely skip this video and go over to the next one where I explain how to add the animations for the reload, but this is entirely optional, and I'm going to show it to you anyways, how you can get this done. Okay, so I'm going to hit escape and go back to my weapon base, not the player, where we are calling in the reload weapon, and we're going to have some checks in here before we actually reload the weapon itself. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over to the reload weapon, and this is the reload weapon here, and the function is inside the weapon base. So I'm going to right click and I'm going to say duplicate, and I'm going to rename this to reload weapon underscore, I don't know, 1, and the second one to reload weapon underscore 2. Okay, so of course when I compile this and I go back to my player, and this is going to be reload weapon underscore 1. Now you can choose which one to work on. So the reload weapon underscore 1 is our old system, the way we've been working on it. And the reload weapon underscore 2 is what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of all of this. We're going to get rid of everything here. And out here and click on this and then just hit delete. And we will start from scratch on this particular one where we need something like just add the existing or the difference of the ammo and current ammo and the max ammo. So we need a new variable for that, okay? And we need a variable called, let's say, ammo difference. And this is also going to be an integer because you can't have it anything else. You can't have half a bullet. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to be needing to do is to check for some condition. And I'll say branch, and inside here I'll have to bring in let's say integer less than integer. And the two values that we're going to need is we're going to need the ammo and the magazine size. Okay, there you go. It just means that if the ammo turns out to be less than the magazine size, which means the player has fired at least one bullet and it's a time to replenish its ammo, so that will be fired in the true condition out. Okay, so if the ammo is less than magazine size, which means at least one bullet has fired, and if not, then you don't need to actually reload anything. So I'm just going to say print string, and I'm going to call this, of course, we're going to change this later. I'm going to call this full ammo, reload not required or something. I don't know. Full ammo is good enough, so it's self-explanatory. And compile that and go back to your player. And instead of reload weapon, let's bring, I'm going to close that. And I'll say, I'll just put this away somewhere here so that if we need that, we can use that later. And of course, I'll have this with the connection so that I just have to hook this up. And I don't have to do much. And then I just have to say reload weapon 2. Instead of reload weapon 2, the name is not the best out there. So I'm going to go back to my weapon base. And this looks like there are two different weapons, right? And I'll say reload weapon type. No, reload weapon method. Okay. And I'll do the same thing for reload weapon 2 as well. Reload weapon method 2. Compile that, and when I go back here, and you should be able to see these things taken care of. So compile that, save that, come back here, play the game. Now it's 2500. So when I hit R, it says full ammo. I keep on hitting R, it says full ammo. So that works. Okay, so now we have to figure out the difference. So if I come back here, now we have to figure out the ammo difference. The way we do that is we gonna be saying integer minus integer. Okay, and so the the ammo difference is going to be the magazine size, which should be 25, and minus the ammo. So the ammo is 23, so which means that the ammo difference is going to be 2, right? And then it's going to look for, let's say, it's going to look for greater than. If it's greater than, integer is greater than integer. So I'll just hook this up here. So control and move this down here so to make it more readable. And if max ammo is greater than this, then we will proceed with our logic. Okay, so now I'm just going to bring this guy down, and from here I'll say branch. Okay, and this is going to be the condition that we'll check. And out here, and maybe I can just bring this down here and maybe move this guy down there so that it can be made to look a lot more neater. And this can come here, and these two guys can come here, out here, so that it's more readable than before. So now if it's false, then it's gonna just simply print full ammo, and if it's true, then it's gonna look for this condition. And after that, now this is where the ammo difference is going to be. So ammo difference we haven't really set up, so I'm going to pull a wire out and I'm going to say set ammo difference. Okay, and once I'm going to set that, I'll be connecting this to false, because even if it's false, I want to set the ammo difference, and even if it's true, I want to set it. So again, I'm going to set the ammo difference out here as well for true, and this value is also going to be brought in from here. So I'll just make a readout node and I'll just pull it out from here and connect it to the ammo difference. So now it has ammo difference for both the conditions, true as well as false. Okay, so now at this point, we are ready to set the ammo itself with the ammo difference. So out here, I'm going to say set ammo, and this is going to be, integer plus integer. So I'm just going to say plus integer plus integer. So this is going to be the ammo, right? Ammo like this. And then maybe I can simply bring this down here and connect ammo difference to this, right? So we have the ammo difference as well as the ammo. So now once the ammo difference variable has been set, we have to set whatever the difference of the ammo is, and that's what we're doing here. Okay, so let's compile and let's test it out, and let's see what happens. I hit play 25 and 100. So I just hit I got 19, so I need 6 more bullets. So when I hit R, it does give me 25, but it does not really take anything away from max ammo. That's pretty simple. So go back here and we have to do something. We have to do exact in reverse for the max ammo as well. Okay, so now that we have set this, let's also set the max ammo. Max ammo. All right, and instead of doing plus integer, we need to do integer minus integer, right? And this is going to be the max ammo. Okay, and the max ammo is going to be ammo difference is going to be taken away from max ammo, right? As simple as that. So now when I hit compile and save, now this should work, and come back here and I hit play. So I just shoot once, and that's actually because it's automatic firing, so it just takes it as 3 bullets. Now when I hit R, it should be 97 and 25, or 25 and 97. There you go. So 25 and 97. I shoot a lot more, and then I again hit R and it's 25 and 85. So it works great. And let's see if it works fine. And if I shoot everything and I hit R again, and then I say R, it doesn't go that way, because if I shoot 0, it does not really go that way, because that's the last thing that remains to be done, is whatever is remaining for the max ammo, I want to pass it on to the ammo. Okay, so let's fix that first. Okay, and the reason that happened is because inside, when you come here, the magazine size was not greater than the ammo. So and if it's not, and even max ammo is not greater than that, so it came to false and it didn't know what to do. So out here we have to say that set the ammo to whatever the max ammo is. So I'll just bring in the max ammo and set it up here. So that should work. So when I hit compile, save, and when I hit play now, so I'll just shoot a few bullets. So that's 19. What's bothering me right now is if I come back here to weapon base and the max ammo, let's see if I go over, the HUD, and if I go over to the graph, and if I look at my variables, the local variables, if I look at, this is the get text ammo color and opacity, and this is the one. Okay, so out here it says if the current weapon is ammo alarm, so let's look at ammo alarm, and ammo alarm is 20, so I'll make this 10 because I don't need to make it 20. We don't have the clip size as 50 anymore. Okay, so that was just a small change. It was bothering me. I'm gonna save all. Now I'm gonna hit play. Okay, so now I'll just shoot a few bullets. That's 15. When I hit R, it should be 85. It should be 25 and 85. So there you go. Okay, it was just 10, sorry. So 15 and 10. And then 4. Okay, I'm just gonna bring it down to some arbitrary value, 8. Okay, and now I'll just shoot some, bring it down all the way to 0, and when I hit R, it should get 8, and also the max ammo needs to be set to 0. And let's say if that is the case, so come back to weapon base, and if max ammo, and once that is set, I'll just check whether the max ammo is 0. I'll say branch out here, and this will be if the max ammo is less than 0 or less than 1, I guess. The max ammo is less than 1. Okay, then we just have to set down here. Now we just have to set the max ammo to 0 so that you can't, and you just have to set the max ammo to 0, and that should be it. Okay, and if it's false, then we don't have to bother about anything. It's whatever the number is. So again, I'll shoot a few bullets, 11, and I'll hit R, so that's 86. I'm just randomly shooting and reloading. R. So now it should be 3. Oh, okay, yeah, sorry. So 25 and 6. So now I should make this 0 when I hit R again. Okay, so the max ammo, it's not setting it up. Let's say I think also have the max ammo to set up. So weapon base, set the ammo as max ammo, and yeah, we also have to set the max ammo as well, not just the ammo, my bad. So move that a little bit here. Okay, and let's also set, I'll just move this a little bit forward. Now after we set the ammo to the max ammo, and we have to take the ammo away, we have to take it away from that as well. So we have to say set max ammo. Okay, set max ammo, and that will be let's say a max ammo, so that will be maxing size, and this is the ammo difference, and let's say max ammo multiply integer minus integer, I don't know, let's see, let's try this out, and I'm gonna bring in the max ammo. So max ammo minus ammo difference. Okay, and I don't know, let's see, this should work, and if not, then we'll try a different approach and shoot a few bullets. R. Okay, so that's 0 and should turn to 0. I don't know, let's see, 0. Great, right? Great, so that worked. So everything is taken care of, and we have our second type of reloading also taken care of. Now it's completely up to you if you want the reload weapon method 1 or the reload weapon method 2. I personally like to go with reload weapon method 1 because it makes it look more realistic in a way that if you unclip the magazine, even if there are like few bullets remaining, you can never add into the magazine, and it's a very painful process to add one bullet on another while you're in the middle of a firefight, an intense firefight. Nobody does that, so they just throw the magazine away and they bring in a new magazine. And unless they have a lot of magazines, they want to throw it away, it's totally their choice. So that's my preference. You might have a different preference as well. That's up to you. So that was about having a conservative or a different reload method, and that's about it. And like I said, this video is completely optional. You can actually go back to your the first method and could be happy there as well. So that's about this video, and in the forthcoming videos, we'll start working on the reload animations and all that stuff. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. So what we have so far is, in the previous video, we had implemented two different types of reloading animations, not animations, but reloading techniques, right? So if I'm firing, and if I hit reload, if I hit R to reload, and whatever bullets I have fired, I get them exact of those numbers. I get them back from the max ammo stash. Okay, so we already tested that; it works fine. So the next thing we have to do is we have to give it a graphical representation for the reload. So right now it reloads fine, but I don't know whether it's reloading until I look at the bottom corner when the numbers change. So I need to have a reload animation like in all first-person shooter games. So when you hit R, then he does that thing. He uncocks a gun, he pulls the magazine out, throws it away, puts a new magazine inside. So that whole animation, we have to set that up right now. So I'm gonna hit escape, and that animation is already existing inside your assets folder. If you have downloaded the whole character along with the animations. So inside the animations, inside character, we had set it up here. And if you look for reloading, and this is it, reloading in place. So he does that, and he reloads it, cocks the gun, and keeps it ready for firing it again. So this is what we're going to be using, and let's get started. Okay, so if I'm opening, let me open the reloading in place animation again. It looks fine from a distance, but as you zoom in a little closer, you can see that now the guy is placing his hand a little above the gun, his left hand. Right, so that's because this gun was not a rig that was made along with the character itself. This gun is separate, while the character rig is separate, and that's the reason we also had to, play around with the scale of the socket and everything else. So but we'll fix that later. But for now, this is going to be good for us because at the moment it transitions to a different animation. Hopefully even this hand that's going above the gun will not be all that noticeable. Okay, so anyways, so I'm going to close that, and I'll ignore that for now. Let's go into the blueprints, go into the character blueprint, no, the animation blueprint of the soldier. So I'll double click on this, and I'll go over to my, let's say, not event graph, but if I go over to my anim graph out here, and let's go to, let's double click on walk run and click on this anim graph, or double click on walk run again. So I just want to be here so that I can modify these little different states out here. All right, so right now it says you have the anim graph and you have the walk run. So this is anim graph right now. And of course, if I double click on this, no, not double click on this, but if I double click on walk run, so this is where it'll get me. And this is the particular state that we are in. That is the anim graph for walk and run. This is, let's see, if I double click on idle and this comes here, and if I click on anim graph, again, I go back to walk and run, and if I look at all of this here, so this is the walk and run state. So if I want to go back to my, the animation, and if I go over to the mesh, and that's the blend space, I leave the blend space alone. I go over here, I close that, and out here, if I come over to the blueprint, and this is what I see. Okay, so of course you can also look at the state machines from here. So I can double click on the walk run blend space. So these are all the different state machines out here and the blend spaces. So I clicked on the walk run state machine, and from idle I'm going to pull out another branch. I'm going to pull out another branch and branch it out to a different place where it'll say reloading. Okay, so I'm going to pull out wire from here. I'm going to create a new state. I'm going to call this reload. Okay, the new state is going to be reload, and of course I'll center this out somewhere here, and I'll also connect this to walk and run to reload, and then I'll have to bring them back to the states that they came from. So idle to reload and then back to idle, or while he is running or walking and he is reloading, then I'm going to connect this back to walk and run. So now that we have the state set up, we have the state set up, which will take us from idle to reload and then walk and back to idle, or from walk and run to reload and back to walk and run. Now, we will need this later on for the crouching and the sprinting, because the player can also, not the sprinting maybe, not sure about that yet, but for crouching, definitely, if I'm crouching and if I want to reload, I should be able to reload, but we will not handle that right now. We'll handle the most basic reload for the most basic scenarios for the idle and the walk and run, and then we'll switch on to crouching, and then maybe if I want to reload while I'm sprinting, then I'll do that out here. Okay, so this is good for now. The reload animation that sits between idle and walk and run and switches back and forth between these two states is good enough for now. Okay, so now once we have the state, let's double click that state and enter here. Now, this needs an animation to be plugged into the result so that the final animation pose can be the reloading. Now, of course, you can either search for the reloading out here in the asset browser, or you can simply look for it in alphabetic. They're arranged in an alphabetic manner. So you can look for it in reloading in place. It's right after jump up, and drag and drop it here and simply connect that to the result. Okay, and once you compile it, it's gonna show you, it's gonna throw a bunch of warnings. That's because it has no idea when should it enter the reloading state. So all of these will start disappearing because this is idle to reload and walk, and then reload to idle, and then walk run to reload and reload to walk run, and it has no idea when to enter, and because we haven't set the transitional rules out here. So next is we're going to set that up. But before we do that, we're going to need variables to communicate between the states and the character itself. Okay, so now let's go over to our player, and if you haven't renamed it, then it's probably third-person character, and look for your reload animation, or the reload function, not the animation. So there it is. So we are using this right now. Of course, you can also switch back to the older method or the first method. So I'm going to stick to this. It's okay. I'm fine with that. So let me double click on that, and this will take me over to the weapon base. So what we need to do here is, after all this logic is played out, I'll have to turn on a Boolean variable inside the player, which will say, like we have, if I can look for my weapons, I guess, is firing. So you have is firing and so on, all of these different variables. So like is firing, I'm also going to need another variable called is reloading, which I will then, if I go back to which I'll then set to true, and which will then play the animation. All right. And so if I go back here, I'll be duplicating this variable and I'll call this is reloading. Okay, that's a Boolean variable. That's good. And compile. And I think I'll keep this open. I'll close this instead. I'll just keep the animation blueprint open. Right. So once we have this is reloading variable, so now we just have to set it on and off from different places, which will in turn signal the animation blueprint to play the animation. Okay, so now that we have this, let's go back to our weapon base, and out here, so you have you have the true, you have two different places where we are setting the max ammo and everything. So this is where one condition ends, and this is where another condition ends. So to 1 and 2, so 2 endpoints, and we're going to need to do the same thing. So what I'll do is I'll pull out a wire long enough which can connect both of these. So I'll just say cast to player, right? So that would be this thing. Okay, cast to player, and of course once that's done, I'll just say get player character, right? So once that's done, I think I'll just move this up here so that it's better. And then as player, I will have to look for that particular variable, and the name of the variable is reloading. Okay, so pull out a wire from here and say is reloading, and I'll want to set this. Okay, and line them up. and set this to true. As simple as that. Now I'll have to do the same thing for both the endpoints. So maybe I'll just probably bring this a little closer. I don't know, like that. And this guy can then sit here without intercepting any wires, and this can also connect to this. So now when a reload happens at the end of the logic for this function, this is going to set the reloading boolean variable to true, which in turn is okay, I think I'll just hide tab, yeah, which in turn will let the transitional rules out here in the animation blueprint know that it's ready to reload. Okay, so we are actually now ready to set this up with the transitional rules. All right, so now let's go back to our animation blueprint. Okay, so actually before we jump into the animation blueprint, there's one thing that we did not do. So if you come back to the weapon base, this is actually telling the system to play the reloading animation, but it also needs to reset the is reloading to false, otherwise it'll never play, right? So or it might keep playing. That could also happen, but we have to reset this is reloading flag, boolean flag, to false, so that it can be set to true again once the player hits the R key. But if the easiest way in any Unreal or even any other engine to do that is to wait for the animation to play out and then do the post play operations on the class or reference or object or whatever you're dealing with, whatever it is that you're dealing with. But in this case, which means that you have to get the length of the animation. Let's say it's like half a second, and then you say, okay, wait for half a second and then do it, because you already know the length of the animation. The easiest way is actually to go for a delay function. But however, because we are inside a function here, so when you call for delay, you're gonna see that the delay is not available. That's because we are in a function yet. So inside a function, you cannot call the delay. That's the rule. So the best way to go about that is to actually add a new return node. So this is a function that simply is a void function. We don't have a return node. So what we'll do is we'll say add a return node. Okay, and now this is going to return something, but what is it going to return? And based on what it returns is when we will be setting it back as false. And the reason we are doing that is because we want to get this outside this function into the event graph so that we can do things inside here. So I'll just have to grab this and drop it inside this. That will create an output get. Now, of course, when I click that, it will have an output, a variable. So I can say, I don't know, I think I can say is reloading, right? That's the name of the variable or the output variable. So which should be is reloading. And once that's there, now when you come back here, let's say if you come back to player, I believe, no, if this is the reload weapon, and where am I calling it from? I think inside here. So this is reload weapon, and now you can see that you have the is reloading output pin. Okay, this is execute out, execute out, and this is the output of this variable itself. Okay, so we're gonna add some logic here. Of course, I'll have to increase the length of this comment box and also the length of this so that it will span all the way till the end. Now, from here, I'll say a branch, or easiest here is going to be branch. Okay, and once that's true, and then I'll say add a delay, and then after that, once the delay has been added, I'm going to move this back a little bit. Once the delay has been added, all we want to do is get the reloading or reset the reloading to false, like that. Now, we have to establish the time it needs to wait, right? We haven't done that, but we have to establish a time it needs to wait, the duration of the delay. The easiest way, of course, to do that is first compile this and go over to the animation section inside the character and look for, if I can look for the reload. There it is. So double click on that, and here you can see that it's 3.3 seconds, I believe, right? It's 3.3 seconds in all. Okay, so it's 3.3 seconds. That's been established. let's go back to weapon base, and inside here, not weapon base, but player. And now you can say 3.3 seconds, okay? And compile that. You should have no errors and should be absolutely fine, and everything else is good. But we still haven't set up, I'm going to close this now, but we still haven't set up the transitional rules for idle to reload and back, walk run to reload and back, right? So now it's time for us to set up these, these transitional rules. So first I'm going to say idle to reload. When I double click on that, I'm going to be thrown inside this rule. And of course, it's asking for a variable. So we have it for is crouching, is sprinting, and speed and all that. So I'm going to need a same variable for is reloading, right? Is reloading. And of course, when I hit compile, it's still going to show me the same issues. All of these 4 warnings that I need to fix. Let me just jump over to the event graph quickly, and then I'll come back here to this rule. So now I can see that all of these sequence nodes are running fine. So I just need to, set this is reloading to something. So I can either choose crouch or I can choose this. So maybe I think I'll get the crouch, and I'll drag another wire from as player, and I'll say get is reloading, and that is coming in from the player, not from here. So once that's there, I'll just drop it here, and from here I'll just say I want to set is reloading, and this is from coming in from player, but I want this set is reloading, okay? And this is what it's going to set, and I'll just connect that, and that will be all set up, okay? All nice and clean. And I'll just move that to the right a little bit. So this is from crouch, and of course all you have to do is just pull out another wire and say is reloading and so on, okay. So that's all set, and I'll just compile that. Of course, I'll go back to idle to reload, and I'll just take a quick look at this. This is coming in from calculate direction and cast to player, so everything is good. Okay, fine. So I'll just go over to idle to reload. I'll drag is reloading and drop it here, and that should be good for idle to reload. So once you compile that, I think this should go away. So when I compile that, so that goes away. Now, of course, this is also asking me to go back, and if I go to walk and run, and I'll also set up walk and run to reload. This is idle to reload, and now this is going to be walk and run to reload, and this is going to have the same kind of transition. Compile, so one more should be taken off the list. Great. And now come back here. Now we have to also do the same thing, or the opposite, for going back to walk and run, or the respective animations from the reload state, okay? So again, click on this transitional rule and get the is reloading, and now check whether it's false. So I'll just say equal to, that is equal boolean, and put it up here and do that there you go. Okay, and now just compile, so one more should go away. Come back here, and this is coming back to idle from reload, so do that again. Exact same thing. I should have copied that, but too late. So equal to boolean, that'll check if it's false, and then this gets connected, and of course that's a little higher. I think that's okay. All right, so when I click on compile now, it should have a green check mark, hopefully. Yes, it does, and all the warnings are gone. Okay, so all of that has been taken care of. I'm going to save everything. I'm going to come here. I'm going to hit save all just in case. I'm going to try and hit play. Right, so I'll run around and shoot, and then I hit R, and then it's reloading. Okay, so it's looking a little weird. And when I'm running around, so it's kind of weird. And when I shoot again, and it's actually looking weird, which we'll fix later. And once that's done, and the hand still stays up for a while, and that's because the animation is not matching with the rig of the gun, which is fine, because when you create a game, you're going to have to create all of them at once, and keeping the character in mind. Now, this character was downloaded differently, and this gun was downloaded differently, so it wasn't really made for this character. Hence, we had to scale it up and down and rotate it and all of that for the socket. had you made the character and the gun together, or you made the gun for this particular character, then we might not have had to spend a lot of time, you know, rotating the gun, scaling it up and down. So let's go over and let's rotate the weapon a little bit, just in case, not just in case, but we have to do it because it's kind of looking ugly. Okay, so I'll just open up if I go to the mesh maybe, and if I look at the preview scene asset, and no, actually let me go over to my skeleton, and then into the preview scene settings, I'll select an idle animation as default for previewing. Idle aiming is good enough. Okay, and I'll just look here, and I think I have to just rotate this a little bit. And so if I just come down here, click on the weapon attach, and maybe just a little bit like that. Okay, no, I think I'll just go here, and it's kind of looking weird, but I think, and maybe move it down, I guess. Come back here, click on this, and move it down, or move it up, I guess, to align it with the finger of the player. That's the finger, maybe like this, and move it here, and maybe okay, and now this should be okay. All right, I don't know. So this is the best we can do with whatever we have. So now when I hit play, and now I can see this, and I'll just shoot the gun, and when I hit reload, and not looking great. All right, his hand still is at the top of the gun, but I can't really help that. And if I run, and if I right click, so most importantly, the reload is actually working with the animation. Now, of course, when your character has a better animation, you can replace this with your character animation and it's all going to work. But most importantly, the reload and the ammo and everything is working fine. Functionally it's good, but aesthetically it's not great, but at least we got the job done. All right, so that's about having the reload animation in place and how to set it up. So let's move on to our next section. Thank you. Welcome back. So in this video, we will make a quick fix on the firing for the player. So for instance, if I hit play now, so while I'm shooting, okay, I shoot a few bullets and then I hit reload. And while he's reloading, I can still shoot, which is obviously unrealistic. And that's one thing that we need to fix. And at the same time, when I'm running, so let's say I'm running, and if I'm firing, I should not be allowed to fire at all because I'm sprinting and I don't see the gun. And if I want to fire, then maybe this again up to you. Like if, in real life, when someone is holding a gun and sprinting, he can still probably have his finger on the trigger, and he might still hit it accidentally. But that's super realistic, and it's not absolutely needed, and that's not really required for a game. So one big thing that we have to fix is when I'm reloading, and I should not be allowed to fire like that. Okay. And only after I'm done reloading, only after the entire animation is done and the bullets are given to us, is when we should be able to fire. And second, the player should not be able to fire while he's sprinting. So those are very simple fixes. It's all about using the checks at different places which will stop that which will stop the player from transitioning into that particular state. Okay, so for that check to happen, let's go over to the player and let's look for the firing animation. So I think this has come all the way. I will have to expand this to the right like that, and also this to the right. If I can get a hold, there you go, and get all the way till here. And this guy, I can bring them up here like this. Okay, and maybe just put him in the center till the end, and this can come up here and form the line instead out here, right? And just increase the size or the height and leave it there, right? So now that's good enough. Now let's look for the primary fire. So this is what it's doing. So first it's looking for primary fire firing, and it's doing all of this, and then it's looking for this condition and whether it's firing or not. So before it does any of this, in fact, I'm gonna have to increase the width of this box even further down, and like this, and move these guys even further away, and this and this guy further away to the right. Okay, so I can get some space. Now this is for the fire, and let me actually look. Now I have it for the aim. I aim down the sides, and then I have it for the crouch sprint. So this is what I'm looking for, the fire. So before I actually fire, and I'll select all of these, move them to the right so that I can make some space for myself, and I'll leave them here. Okay, so before I actually fire, I'll have to check for something. I have to check whether is firing and is reloading is true or not. So I'll first do a branch, okay, and that automatically connects it to the true section, and which is okay, we'll fix that later. And so from here, I'll have to check whether is firing or is reloading is true. And if it's false, then if then only when it's false do I want to actually let the player fire. So it not is firing, but is reloading and is sprinting. So I'll be looking for or boolean, okay, and then I want to hook up two different things here. The first is let's me look for is sprinting. Okay, is sprinting. So I'll connect that here, and then I'll connect is reloading. Okay, so when these two guys, so when it's false is when I want this to play out. So I'll just move this up a little bit because I want to connect this to false, and instead I'll hit control and I'll move this and I'll move it down out here like that. As simple as that, just one step down. That's good. Okay, so now that's been taken care of. Okay, and one last thing before we finish this off is instead of this thing, once we are doing this is the logic for automatic firing, right? So once this comes here, and if the delay is complete and if it's still firing, then it comes back and it does all the check, and that's how we are accomplishing our automatic firing mode. So this, instead of this coming here, I'm gonna break this link. I'll hit Alt and I'll click on this, and instead I'll bring this guy all the way and make him connect here. Okay, I think I'll have to do this again. This is quite a long way from there. Anyways, you know what, I'll just delete this and I'll get from here and connect it to this place. Now I'll just have to add some readout nodes so that it makes it look readable like this, and come back here and do the same thing. Double click, move this up here like that. Right, so now it's coming all the way. So why so even when your weapon is in the automatic firing mode, then it will still after every bullet is after it comes here in this branch, and after the delay is over and it determines that it still has to fire, but comes here again, checks itself to see that, oh, it shouldn't be firing because the player is reloading, so it'll stop the fire. All right, so let's compile and test this out. So compile it, save it, and come here and let's try it out. Okay, so first let's try out the sprint. So I'm going to sprint and I am holding my fire key. So if you can hear the click, I'm holding it down and nothing is happening. Okay, and again I'll first fire a couple of bullets now. Okay, and then while I'm reloading, I'm holding down the fire key, it's still not working. I mean, it's fixed it. Not working as in the issue does not persist anymore. Okay, so again, when I'm firing a few bullets, reloading, and I'm clicking on the mouse button, nope, nothing. Sprinting and clicking on the mouse button, nothing. So things are working as expected. Great. So it was just a quick fix there. So there was this quick fix that I was talking about, and we're inched one step further towards the completion of this little project. So that's about it for this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. So in this video, you'll learn how to add a crosshair. So right now we don't have any crosshair, right? So we're just shooting through the hip. So this is in classic first person terms. This is called shooting through the hip. So where you don't have a crosshair and you don't exactly know where exactly you're shooting. But if you want some more accuracy, if you want to aim better, then obviously you right click and it goes, the iron sight comes closer to you so that you can aim better. But we're going to add a crosshair. Just like if you played any other game, any other first-person shooter for that instance, there's always a crosshair in front of the gun or any other weapon that you're holding. And this is quite reminiscent of the classic Counter-Strike, where you don't really have aiming down the sights for AK-47. So you actually have to shoot through the hip, but at least you have a crosshair so that it's easy for you to shoot. Easy for you to aim and shoot without actually aiming by right clicking. Okay, so we'll be adding some crosshairs. So I've downloaded some crosshairs from the internet, so not a big deal. So you can simply go ahead and go to Google or Bing Images and look for crosshair, and you can find multiple crosshairs. So I just got 5-6 crosshairs here. So I'm going to drag them and drop them into my project. And first I'll create a new, inside UI. So these are sprites and images. So I'll right click and I'll create a new folder and I'll say crosshairs. Okay, and then I'll drag and drop them all inside here. Okay, so and right away I'll click save all. So if you want to follow along, make sure that you have a crosshair which is 100 by 100. Okay, the size is 100 by 100. Right, so anyways, if you want to take a look at the crosshair, they're quite simple. So this is a very classic crosshair, very easy to find. All you have to do is Google. But once you download them, make sure you use paint.net or Photoshop or any of your photo editing software to scale the crosshair down to 100 by 100. So that's a better size for our game. So anyways, so I'm going to close this, and so let's see if these crosshair come out well. So alpha is there, and I think I'll close this guy, and I'll close this as well, and I'll close this. I'll open this up if I need it, and HUD I'll keep it there. All right, great. Okay, so now let's decide on a crosshair that we want to use. So if I want to, let's say I'll click on this. No, that's a little too big. I'll just browse through all the crosshair that's available for me. That's okay. And this is also fine. And this looks more like for a grenade launcher or something. I think this is pretty good, or maybe this one, a classic one. All right, so I think I'll use this. That is crosshair 3. So with that selected, I'll go over to my HUD. So I already had it open, so you might want to open yours. I'll first drag and drop a image right in the middle, and I'll anchor it to the center, and I will first make this 0 and 0. Okay, and now I will give it a size. Let's say the size of this is, as we decided, if I hover over this, it's 100. It should be 100 by 100. If you look at the dimensions on this tooltip, the third last information on this card that's come up is dimensions 100 by 100. So now that I know that it's 100 by 100, I'll make it 100 by 100 size. I'll code it out as 100 by 100. Or you can also say size to content, and whatever image you add in, it's going to add that out there. Now, of course, it's not sitting in the center because the anchor points for the middle is always top left. Now, since it's 100 by 100, you can either say 0.5 or 0.5. That will make it go in the center. Or if you don't want to mess around with the alignment, you can take the X and the size X and the size Y and say minus 50 and minus 50. Okay, minus 50. So that will make it sit right in the middle. Now, of course, when I hit compile, we don't have anything to show here. That's because we haven't added any image in the brush. So hopefully if I click on this little arrow, it should take whatever selected here. So right now it's crosshair 3. So if I click on this, there you go. So that's crosshair 3. So now when I hit compile and when I hit play here, I should be able to see the crosshair. Okay, again, it's not perfectly aligned, and also when I'm aiming down the sights, I don't want to see it. So even that needs to be taken care of, right? So first things first, and there's another way of doing that. So if you don't want to do it this way, then I'll keep this. I'll just say crosshair. Okay, and for now I'll just keep it hidden. Let's say I'm looking for hidden. There it is. I'll hide this and I'll quickly check whether it's rendering or not. No, it's not. So great. So I'll go over to the weapon base, click on the viewport, and I can also add a crosshair in the world space right in front of the muzzle itself. So with this selected, I can there's another thing I can do. I can actually click on the AK-47 itself and open this up and go over to the skeleton and look for another bone. I'll create another socket. So right click and I'll say add socket. Okay, and I'll call this crosshair or 3D crosshair. Okay, that's a 3D crosshair. Now again, if I want to, let's say I want to move this first, I'll rotate it 90 degrees and move this here. Okay, and let's say I want to move this in front of the gun like that. Okay, there's another way, but again, depends on what you want. This is not a screen space one. Just keep that in mind. Of course, you can set it up as a screen space, but I'll show you what I mean. So for now, I'll just keep it here and come back to weapon base. And inside here, I'll add component and I'll say widget. Okay. So when I bring in a widget, that will be child of this, and now I can select the crosshair, and there it's gonna sit there. All right. So now I just have to select the widget class. Now the name of the widget class is HUD, but we don't have that, right? I mean, the HUD meaning everything is gonna draw in front of that, in front of the gun, along with the health bar and everything. So the best thing we can do now is we can go over to UI, go to the widgets, right click on HUD or create a new one instead, and I'll say user interface and widget blueprint, and I'll just call this crosshair. And out here I'll say not screen size, fill screen would be desired. Okay, and then I'll simply add an image onto the canvas panel. Okay, and when I click on the image, I'll first rename this to crosshair, right? And I'll just anchor this to the center, and then I will again make it 100 by 100. Maybe I can change it later on if I want to. And of course, this will be -50 and -50. It sits bang in the middle, and I'll just bring in the crosshair, and I think that's crosshair 3. So crosshair _3. There it is. So now it's filled it up, right? So now we have the crosshair, and we can now go back to the weapon base and select the crosshair, right? And as you can see that it's right there and it's kind of big. So maybe I should just move it. It's 500 by 500. That's not the real size. Instead, I'll make it 100 by 100. All right. And there you go. Just bring it down there. You know what? I'll go over to my AK-47 skeleton, and I'll make this details. I'll just make this 0.5 and 0.5 and 0.5 and save it and come back to my weapon base, and there you can see that I think it has, if I just compile it, and I don't know. So let me just try this out. If I hit play, I do not see it. Maybe because, let's see, it's plain and manually redraw 100 by 100 world and real time. So where is it? I'm not able to see it. If I am doing it like this, if I hit play, I don't see it. Maybe because I have to rotate it. I think so. There you go. That is, I don't know, maybe I should be able to see it now. And there you go. So now there's a crosshair. And of course, I want to, this is a very weird angle to work with. I'll just say 0, 0, and minus 180. And I'll just move it up here like this. And I'll just make this 50 by 50. Okay, and when I hit compile and I hit play, and there you can see that, and it's even easier right now. So, but that's a 3D crosshair. The problem being, if I am moving too close, it disappears, right? Uh, that's because it's a 3D crosshair and it's not a screen space crosshair. That's the difference between a screen space crosshair and a 3D crosshair. This thing is taking space in the 3D world, while the screen space does not take space in the 3D world. It has its own 2D space, a two-dimensional space, right? So that's why a screen space will never disappear when your gun sticks into, or when a gun gets too close, or the distance between the crosshair and the object that it's trying to penetrate is almost overlapping. So the crosshair is gone. That's because it's actually penetrated the cube, right? That's one way to go about that, but let's not go this way. I just wanted to show you that there's another way. So I'll hit delete and I'll compile that, save that, and I'll come back here, close this, and I'll also get rid of this crosshair. I'll right click and I'll say delete and get rid of that. And I'll come back to my HUD, click on the crosshair is already selected. I'll say visible and I'll quickly check whether it's visible or not. It is. Okay, of course we have to fix it. Now the crosshair again is too big for us. So I'll have to bring this down to a size, a favorable size. That would be 50 and 50. And again, the position has to be changed. If you don't want to meddle around with these positions, so you can actually zero them out and you can make the alignment as 0.5 and 0.5. Okay, because every time you change the dimensions, you'll also have to change the position because it changes along with that. Now, if I hit play, and there you can see it, and of course, when I right click, I want that to disappear, so we'll also look at that. Okay, so now what we can do is we'll have to look for, the aiming down the sights function or the event, and then we will have to create a variable, a boolean flag and all that, and then take that over to our HUD widget and bind the visibility of the crosshair to that particular variable. Okay, so just follow along. So I go over to the player and I look for, let's say, aiming down the sights. So this is what it is. So it's got pressed and released. It's got two events here. I mean, sub events, two states, pressed and released. So pressed, it does this, and released, it does this. So if one thing we'll have to do is we'll have to create a new Boolean variable. So you have is firing, is reloading, and I'll right click and I'll say duplicate, and I'll say is aiming. Okay, so which means that it's aiming through the sights. Now I'll just drag and set it up. I'll set up this variable at the end of both of these. So when it's pressed, which means that it's activated, I want the aiming to be set on, and when it's released, you guessed it, I want to reset it to false. Okay, so now when you compile that, nothing is going to happen because we haven't bound this variable to our HUD crosshair out here. So now this is subject, the visibility of this crosshair is subject to the state of this particular Boolean flag. So let's look for the visibility, and you have this bind button here. So let's click on this button and say create binding, and that's going to do that. All right, and great. Okay, so now that we are here, you're going to need a copy of this return node because there'll be two conditions. One, whether it needs to be off, or one, whether it needs to be on. So the first thing is I will go over, I'll first compile this, and I'll go to the event graph and look for event construct. Okay, and on event construct, I will be creating a variable so that I can hold the player character. So I'll say player character, right? And this will be of type, let's say player. There it is, and that is player, and this will be an object reference. Compile that. Now inside event construct, I'll say get player character, or I'll say get player character here, get player character, and from here I'll say cast to player. Okay, and connect this, move one up, and as player, no, I'll get this and I'll say set the player character, and once I connect this, I'll connect this with this so that the player character has been saved. So we stashed the player character away. I'll also get rid of this little bubble. The reason we are doing this is because we don't want to cast the player every single time we are looking for the crosshair visibility. Okay, so once we have that, all we have to check is whether it's valid or not. So I'll just say get this and I'll say is valid. Is valid. Okay, so there is a function here which says return true if the object is usable, and then there is also a node which has multiple things that you can do, whether it's valid and whether it's not valid. So you can choose either. I think I'll go for the simple function, so it's valid, not the exec node. If it's valid, okay, then I want to run this. Then I want to run if it's valid, and let's see, I want to bring in a branch here first. Branch, right? And I'll just connect these two, I guess. And this will be a Boolean condition, a logic statement. And if it is valid and Boolean, if it is valid, okay, this will be the result. If it is valid and player character is aiming, get is aiming is true. Okay, if this is true, if both of these are true, then do something, and if both of these are false, or some if is aiming is false, then do something else. Okay, so when it's true, I want this to be, so when the object is when the player character object is valid and it is aiming, then I want this to be hidden, right? I don't want the crosshair to be shown when it's aiming, and when it's not aiming, then it should be visible. So it's very simple and quite straightforward. I'll just rearrange them in a better way so that it's more readable. And I think I'll just bring this down here and like this. Okay, one. Okay, so you have the player character, and it's an and Boolean out here is a better choice, because even if one of these fail, I should not be able to go through, because if the player character is not valid at all, which means that we don't really we could not really cast it to the player character. So in which case I should be keeping it visible, or I don't know, it should just not work. Okay, so you can know that. So anyways, when I hit compile it, and when I compile the blueprint, I save it, and when I hit play now, so now I'm able to see the crosshair. When I shoot some and then I right click, and you can see that the crosshair is gone. I bring it back, the crosshair is back on, back on, back on, so it works. So you can also see there's one more issue. The muzzle of the gun and the crosshair have no relation with each other. Muzzle of the gun is in the right and the crosshair is in the left, and when I'm firing, it's not really firing through the crosshair, so it's actually of little to no help. But at least we got this crosshair out there, and it works fine for us. Okay, so that's all that matters. Anyways, so this was about just bringing in the crosshair into the game, and in a future video we will actually perfectly align it with the muzzle, so that you can actually fight the crosshair, and it's actually of some use to us. But for now, at least this thing works, and we also put up the conditions for the visibility of the crosshair itself. So that's about it for this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you. Welcome back. So we have covered a lot of stuff. We covered a lot of ground when it comes to the first-person shooter basic mechanics. But there's one thing that it's just a cosmetic item. You can say that when you are running around with a gun, you might have noticed in a lot of first-person shooters. I think you even have it in Counter-Strike. So there's a little crosshair in front of the gun, and as you're moving faster, the crosshair kind of expands in size from the center out. So we will try and do something like that. Now we'll not be creating anything in art form as such. So what we can do instead is there's a username who goes there's a guy who goes by the name Osman, and he's a moderator in Unreal Engine forums, and he has provided with any Unreal developer and Unreal Engine developer a free custom dynamic crosshair. So all you have to do is search for it. So you can go over and look for Google or Bing if you wish. I'll just try dynamic crosshair UE4, and you'll have to look for this guy called Osman, and he's a moderator there, and that's his post. So that's the first one. When the moment you type these three words, the first link is going to be free asset dynamic UMG crosshair. You click on that, and then this is the post that he's looking at. You'll be looking at this post. Now this is quite decent, and for a free asset, it's very well done. So, and it's also tied up to the velocity of the player. So the faster you run, the wider it's gonna expand and all that. So I'm gonna go ahead and download this first. So I'll just say wb crosshair.rar. Okay. So I'll just say right click and let's say cross target, save target as, and that is the rar file. Okay. Okay, actually the link was bad. So if you go over to the second page, the first page, the moment you open this link, the first link, you will be welcome to this page with all of these GIF files. And of course, this link is broken for some reason. So go over to the second page where some guy has put it up on an alternative website, another file sharing website. So if you go down and you'll see it here, it says here, and this is where it is. Now, given the fact that there are other dynamic crosshairs too, if you can just search for it, you can use your own, but we'll just go with this one. And so this is what it is. And of course, I can say this is another simple file sharing application, a file sharing website, a very small file, 0.01 megs, and the last download was a couple of days back or something. So I'll just download now, okay, and I'll wait for it, and I'll say okay what I want to do, and I'll just save as, and I'll just say I'll just save it here. Okay, I'll just put it here. In fact, I'll just say raw assets, and I'll just put it inside. I'll put it right here. Okay, and now I can open the folder and right click, and I can say extract to WB crosshair, and I can delete the RAR file now and go over here, and this is the WB crosshair U asset. Now of course I can change this. I can say dynamic crosshair, and I can directly drag this and drop it inside my project. Now this is inside widgets, so I'll drop it inside sprites and images, or even inside crosshair. Okay, and it says extension unknown. So what we can do is instead let's say right click, maybe even this won't work. Okay, U asset. Okay, so what I can do is I'll right click and I'll say right click, show in explorer. Okay, and I'll just dock it here, and then I'll just go over here and click this, and I copied that U asset file and I'm pasting it inside. And now when I come here, I should be able to see WB crosshair. Now when I double click that, I can see that this is all of this happening right here. Now of course you have the bottom, and if I okay, and the right, the left. Okay, so we'll go through this, but at least we managed to get the asset inside, and I'll get rid of all of these guys. I don't need it right now. HUD is something I'll need, and yes, the WB crosshair is finally inside the project, and in fact this should be inside the widgets because it is actually a widget, and this will be move here. So I move inside the widgets folder, and let's get started now. Okay, so if I open up my WB crosshair again. Now these are the four, these are the four borders that you see, and beneath the border you have another border. But there are things inside which you can't see, but that's okay for now. And you also have, when I go over to the graph section, you can also see that there is a bunch of code written there, and not beautifully written. I mean, it's not beautiful or it's not artistic blueprint, but it's still readable. And then you have these three variables, the float variables, that's crosshair spread, thickness, and length. And these can be changed based on and these can be changed I mean, the overall behavior of the dynamic crosshair can be changed by tweaking these three variables. So right now it's 0, 0, 0, and all of them are 0, 4, and 8. And of course you can tweak around and play around with these values to to get a different feel, or to make these the dynamic crosshair behave in a different way. Okay, and so what we are gonna work on this is we are gonna try and change the code or use all these three variables, or any of these three variables, to behave in a way which is relative to the velocity that the player, or the speed that the player is moving in, right? So the first things first, we won't be bothered about this code yet. We'll be coming back to this, of course. But the first thing is, I'll go over to my player, and I'll, instead of showing the HUD, the basic HUD, I'll instead show this WB crosshair. So let's see what happens. So I'll go over and I'll select WB crosshair from event begin play. That's where I'm creating a widget. And then I'm doing all of this in begin play, event begin play. So I'm just going to change this for now, and I'll see what really happens. I'll compile it, I'll save it. Okay, so I'll go over here and I'll open that up. Now you can see the crosshair, it's quite small, right? And of course when I do that, and it comes up, and it doesn't go away because we're not actually working on the HUD crosshair. Instead we are working on this guy. It's quite small. That's okay. I'm gonna close this. Instead, what we can do now is, I just wanted to see if it works. At least I just wanted to see it render on the screen. So now that we are out of the way there, I'll go back to the player, and I'll go back and select HUD here, and I'll make some room for myself, and I'll bring him out like that. Okay, and I'll create another widget so that I can show WB crosshair. You know what? I'm going to change the name of this to a better one. I'll just call this dynamic crosshair. I don't know what WB is, a widget blueprint, I guess. Dynamic crosshair. All right. And so that's been updated as well. Coming back to player, I'll say create widget. And I'll say add to viewport. And then connect this, and of course I'll have to first I'll have to make this. I'll have to select the class here, and I'll be selecting dynamic crosshair, and then I'll promote this to a variable so that I can use it later on, and I'll show you how. And I'll call this will be inside, let's say I'll call this dynamic crosshair ref. Okay, and this will be inside weapon. Okay, weapons. Right now, again, connect these two and make the necessary connections, and I'll just get rid of this, connect these two, and connect these two, right? And move them all to the left a bit so that I can make some room and make it look a little tidier, and maybe move this guy down so that I can space them all out. Right, so what we're doing now is we are actually bringing in the HUD, adding that to the viewport as usual. Then we are creating a dynamic crosshair widget based on dynamic crosshair, and setting that as a variable, promoting that to a variable, and adding that to the widget, and then going on with our lives. So it should give us the same result, except we now have a reference, and using this inside the player blueprint, we can set you can set the I think, yeah, you can set the crosshair length, spread, and thickness exactly as the way we want. And because the velocity and the speed can be recorded inside the player, and with the connection to the dynamic crosshair and its variables, it'll make it easier for us to control the behavior of the dynamic crosshair. So when I hit play, I should still be able to see that little crosshair there. It's actually superimposed on the bigger one, okay? And when I right click, and you can still see that because we're not doing anything with this. So this is what we're gonna work on. All right, great. Okay, so when I hit play again, so I can see that there is a crosshair that's superimposed on the bigger one. So what I can do is I will go back to my dynamic crosshair, and I have to play around with these values, as I said. So you have the spread, which is a float value, which is dynamically controlled. The thickness and length can also be dynamically controlled, but they normally start off as some default values of 4 and 8. So I'm going to change the thickness to 6 from 4, increase the thickness to 6 from 4, and increase the length to almost double it to 15, not 16. Okay, and now when I hit compile and hit play, I can see now that I actually am able to see a much bigger crosshair, I guess. Okay, so now that we have this, the next thing we have to do is we have to go over to the player and look for the event tick. So this is what's we have the should regenerate and the branch and the sequence and everything. So it's neatly all coded out. So what we have to do here is we have to, every frame we have to look for the player velocity, and we have to accordingly change the thickness or the length of the crosshair, of this particular crosshair. Not the thickness or the length, but the spread, because that's how you're gonna actually have the crosshair to spread around, and that will create a dynamic crosshair for you. But also I'll bring the thickness down back to 4 because it was a little too high. So I'll compile that, I'll go back to player, and out here I'll bring in my dynamic crosshair reference, and out here I'll say set crosshair spread, okay, and then connect that to then 1, okay, and I'll just move this to the right a bit, and then out here for the crosshair spread, what I want to do is I'm already inside the player blueprint, which is of type character. So when you're in a character blueprint, you can always get the velocity like that, and this is a vector value, but what this one needs is a float value. So how we're going to get that is we're going to get the vector length. So there's a vector length. So if you just type vector length, and you have lerp, you have vector length, and we have vector length squared. You don't want vector length squared, you just want the vector length. So once you get that, I'll line these up and move them back a little bit further like this, and then I'll just say clamp. I'll say map range clamped. So once we get that now, and this is the one that's going to be processed completely. So I'll just move this down, and now all we need to do is add some values inside so that you can clamp it, and the spread can also be regulated. Okay, so let's play around with these values here. Now this is the in range A and B, and the out range A and B. I mean, that is what's going to come in and what's going to go out, and that's all going to be clamped. So this is the spread out here is 0. Now, of course, when you increase the spread, if I look into the code here, if I look at the crosshair spread, so this is actually doing all this, and it's talking about setting the position of the target, and which is going to be the left. So that would be this. Okay, that would be left, and you have the right and top and all of that. So it's actually going to use that to spread it out, and then it's also going to do the same thing for size and set it for the position, then again do it for the top. So you have 4 of these. So you have bottom, you have top, you have right, and you have left. And so on event tick, every single time there's a return value, it keeps on setting it every single frame. Okay, so we're going to take advantage of that. So down back in player, I will be using the range as 0. I don't want this to go any below 0. And the range B, I mean, these are just trial and error values, so you can use them and you can play around with them. So I'll just give you the initial values to play around with. So this will be 450, and this will be, and the out range A will be 5, and outrange B will be 80. So of course you can keep on playing around with it. Now when I hit play and I'm moving around, and as I walk, you can see that this guy is actually spreading around. Of course I can go back to my player and look at my HUD. Maybe what I can do is I can go back to my HUD, go to the designer, and click on the crosshair. Maybe I can just get rid of this crosshair, or I can just hide this for now. You can say hidden. Okay, maybe I can come back and take it off later. So now I see this, and now I can still see that crosshair. That's because if I go over to my HUD, and this is visible. In fact, what I can do is I'll visit here and I'll get rid of this and compile that and come back to the designer. With the crosshair selected, I'll go over and select hidden. I should not be able to see that crosshair anymore. And let's see, play, and I'm still seeing it. That's because of dynamic crosshair and player. Is it because of the weapon base? No, that's gone too. Let's see. HUD, compile, save, and crosshair. Let me just get rid of this. Maybe I'll just get rid of this and compile that. Play. There you go. Okay, so actually got rid of that, even though it was still bound somehow, so I actually had to get rid of the binding. But I'm pretty happy with the way it is. If I'm sprinting, of course, the sprinting. If I'm walking slowly, if I'm walking, as I am walking faster, the spread is increasing. Now, of course, you can play around with it. Maybe you want a slower spread. So if I come down here, maybe the range need not be this big. So I can say 200. Okay, and if I say compile and play, and okay, that's a little too big, and maybe 30, I don't know. Alright, so now the spread is a little more regulated, and it's looking a little decent as well. Now it's totally up to you the way you want the spread to happen. Okay, and I'm actually happy with this. It's better than the one that I had before. 450 was a little too high, and also 30 was a little too high for the outrange B. But anyways, so this thing works, and this is how you create a dynamic crosshair. So remember, if you want to get this crosshair downloaded, so all you have to do is go to Google, or I don't know, I'll also search in Bing. I'll just say, I don't know, dynamic crosshair UE4 Osman. That's Bing, and there it is. So you get this pretty much the same result in Google as well. So if I click on this, it opens up the forum post made by this guy called Osman, and he's actually a moderator. He used to be a newcomer, but he's quite good. Like, he's a moderator now. And when you click on this, obviously it's not going to work because the link is broken, and a bunch of people are also complaining that. And so you go to the second page, and some nice guy has uploaded it in a 75zippyshare.com. He has shared it there, and it's a very small download. You click on that, and this is 0.01 MB download now. And make sure that you copy and paste it inside your Explorer, in your Project Explorer, or where your project path is. You copy and paste it inside that desired location inside the content folder, and only then will you be able to see it inside your project. Otherwise, because it's a UAsset file, you cannot directly go ahead and import it because it's not a raw asset. So that's about it for creating dynamic crosshairs. Now, of course, if you go around and Google for dynamic crosshair UE4, and you can see that there is a bunch of things available. Now, this is a more recent one. This is still a little more older. Not this one, but there's another one. This is custom dynamic crosshair pack by some guy called, I don't know, this company, and it's $9.99. But I remember something like this available for free, which is a more recent one. I believe this is the one which is free. Yeah, it says we just released the first batch of our free dynamic crosshair pack 3. Of course, when you play this, and okay, I don't have Adobe Flash selected, but you get the point, okay? And these are all the crosshairs that are available for you, and depending on the kind of game that you're working on, these things can also work for you. And best of all, this is free, and I just found that out. But we used something else, which is an older one. It still works, and I'm pretty sure that these things also work in the same way. They all have a spread, a thickness, and a length. All you have to do is play around with the spread values and the thickness and everything else, and you're good to go. Alright, so that's about dynamic crosshair, and I'll see you in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back. So what we have so far is we have, for the shooting, and we have the ammo counter, and we also have the crosshair that's expanding that we did in the previous video. That was the latest video that we worked on. So as we are sprinting, it takes the velocity of the player and it expands the crosshair. Now, it's another task where we are going to place the crosshair exactly in front of the muzzle, or make it look like at least it's in front of the muzzle. But that's for later. We got the base covered by expanding the crosshair and all that, and it's all good. But once the player has shot off all his ammo all over, he has nothing else to do. He has to restart the game right now. So every shooter, every first person shooter has some form, has an ability, gives the ability to the player to recharge his ammo stash, be it by pickups, where he just runs over one of those classic Call of Duty games where there were ammo and health pickups on the ground, lying around the ground. So you could just walk over them, and you just pick up ammo. You just pick up health, and for ammo, you usually used to pick up. You used to run over dead soldiers, and their gun ammo used to come for your gun. And sometimes they also had these ammo symbols on the ground or out somewhere out on the top of some object where you could just go and pick it up. Where you're in the close vicinity, you can simply pick it up. So that's something that's also missing. I mean, a bunch of things are missing, but we are getting there one step at a time. And so we have the ammo counter and everything, but we are giving it a basic ammo. But what if the player runs out of ammo? So he should be able to replenish his ammo and continue with his game. So we'll be writing the logic in this video for ammo pickups, where there'll be little boxes or some sort of triggers where he just has to walk in, and some sort of graphical representation, so the player knows where to walk. And once he walks in there, as soon as he walks in there, something like this trigger where he walks in, and there's a paint volume. And of course, I still have the paint volume enabled, or the rendering of the paint volume enabled, but obviously it's gonna get off while you just have to uncheck the hidden in game, or actually check the hidden in game instead of uncheck it. So that way even this will go away. But and also there will be ammo pickups or ammo boxes scattered around the level. So it'll be a single blueprint class where you can simply pick it up. It'll be a reusable class, of course. So even if you start a new level and build your own landscape and all that, and you can scatter it around in your level, and it's still going to behave the way it is going to behave here. So let's work on that, and let's create ammo pickups, and let's help the player replenish his ammo once he runs out of it. Okay, so I'm going to close that, and let's get started with that. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the blueprints, and like we have the paint volume inside here, I'm going to create another blueprint class. This will be again based off an actor, and let me actually go cancel that and go to assets, and instead, the blueprints out here and inside weapons. So it's not a bad idea to actually create your ammo pickup blueprint classes inside the weapons folder. So I'll create a new one out here, and I'll call this AK-47 ammo pickup, or I'll just call this ammo pickup underscore AK-47. So I'm prefixing this blueprint class with ammo pickup. So when the next rifle, when we implement the M4A1 or maybe something else in the future, if you implement something else like an RPG, then all you have to do is change the suffix from AK-47 to, I don't know, M4A1 or RPG or whatever. Okay, so once I've created that, it's based off an actor. I'll open that up, and right away I'll give it some graphical representation. So have a static mesh component. Okay, I'll have a static mesh component, and I'll use something for the representation, the graphical representation, maybe a cone. I don't know. Let's see if I have a cone. Okay, and there's a shape cone, there's a fog cone half. I don't know what that is. Oh, okay, no, not this, something else. Let's say cone, and I'll go for shape cone. So I think that's okay. And I'll just give it some material instead of the basic wall. I'll give it some colored material if I have any there. C, widget material Z. Okay, so that's blue in color, and I'm okay with that. Now, please note that you can go ahead if you already have something, for ammo assets, like maybe a mesh of a gun or maybe even a widget that's more like a sprite, a two-sided sprite, says the word ammo or something that looks like a little magazine, whatever. So you can use yours, but for now, I'm going to use this just to separate out the other elements from the ammo pickups. And if I want, I think I can go ahead and go for a text render and just call this AK-47 ammo or something. I don't know. So if I just pull that up and F to get closer, and let me say AK-47. The text would be AK-47 ammo. Okay, and let's also make this 0. I'll make this like this, somewhere here. That would be 60. 60 is good enough, and 110. Okay, and of course you can't see it from the other side. So I think, let's see if I can hidden in game, cast shadow, HLOD, include component. Okay, text render color, X scale, word size, text material, and let's see if I can make this both sided. So let's first compile this, and I'm just going to try and place this somewhere in the level to see that the size and everything is right. So it's facing this side. Now, of course, I want this to be facing me at all times so that I know what I'm looking at. If I'm looking at this, I might not. I know, yes, it's not very difficult to decipher that this reads as AK-47, but that's not good design. So we'll have to write a little bit of code to. I hope it's in the ground. I don't know. Yeah. We have to write a little bit of code for this to face us at all times. Okay. So let's go back to our ammo pickup. I'm going to close this. I'm going to close the dynamic crosshair. I'm going to close the HUD for now. Weapon base and player, I'm going to keep it. And this, I'll go over to the event graph. Okay. And the first thing is I'll call this label ammo type. Ammo. I think I'll call it ammo type. That's okay. So first I'll say get player camera manager. All right. So once I get that, and then I'll say get location, get actor location, right? And then I'll get this guy, and I'll say get world location. Okay, and now we have to subtract these two vectors and then make a rotator out of these and then make a rotator out of the vectors or of the resultant vector. So I'll say subtract. So I'm subtracting this vector from this vector, and from here I'll make it a rotator. Okay, I'll say make rotator. Let's see. Okay, so let's make a rot make rotator from X, because we just want that to spin in X axis. And from here I'll just say set actor rotation, right? And once that's taken care of, all we need is the tick. So all of this is going to happen every frame. So I'm just going to dump it here and connect this to the tick like that. And I don't really need to do anything here. So let's see. I'll hit compile, save, and then I hit play. And you can see that it's actually rotating. It's actually facing me. You can see that it's rotating, but just that the text is facing the wrong way. So we quickly go back there and get this ammo and spin it around by 180 degrees. I think that would be around the Z axis. So I'll say 180 degrees and I'll just bring it back here like that. And let's see. I guess that should be okay. Yep. So minus 65. Minus 65. Compile that. And let's play that. And there you can see that as I'm rotating, no matter where I go, this is going to spin around. Now, I do not, I don't want this guy to spin. I just want the label to spin. So I'll go back and make a quick correction here. So I'll just bring this back and I'll say set rotation or set world rotation. Yeah. And I'll just cancel that out. Bring this in. Okay. Bring that up a little bit. Connect the event tick to this. And then give this the rotator and let's see what happens. And I hit play now and there you go. And okay, that's because the pivot point is not around in the center. All right, you know what? I think I'll be making my actor spin. That's okay. Maybe we can change it later on. So this should be okay. All right, fine. So I don't mind if the cone is spinning. It's still okay. Okay. So like when we walk around this, and of course this has to be just a trigger, and so we'll change that. That's okay. Okay, so if you notice that we are not able to walk through this, okay, and that's because it's also I believe it's also got some physics and all that in there. So I'm gonna go over to the static mesh, and in here I'm gonna say I'll look for the collision, and I'll say from block all dynamic I'm gonna say overlap all. Okay, I'm just gonna say overlap all, and then it also generates overlap events. So now when I and let me also look at the label ammo type if there are any collision issues here. I don't think there's any collision here. Okay, fine. So going back here, playing the game, and there you go. And now this is spinning frantically because it's too close, and I'm also walking through. Maybe I think I'll just say overlap all dynamic. Let's see. I'll say overlap all dynamic and no physics there. Apply impulse and damage. I don't need that. I don't need any of this. So I'll just go play, and okay, as I'm walking through it, it's spinning out. That's okay. The moment we detect a hit event or an overlap event, we're going to stop this thing from spinning. We don't need this to spin anymore. So we'll do that. And of course, for that, we'll have to have a variable. So I'll say spin label, spin ammo label. Okay, that'll be a Boolean variable. So I'll compile that, and I'll have a branch here. I'll go for a branch. I'll say branch. Okay, and branch, I'll just drag and drop this. So unless this is true, you do not need to spin it. Okay, and I'll make this true by default, and once we overlap the area of the ammo, then I want this to stop spinning. Anyways, so let's get on to looking for the overlap events and reading the overlap events from the player and all that. Okay, so the first thing is I will move these guys up a little bit, not event begin play, and then inside actor begin overlap. First thing is I want to see whether my character or anything that's overlapping with this ammo pickup is a character or not, my character or not. So I'm just going to say cast to player. Okay, the first one. And from there, if you look at the player blueprint, and if you look at the weapons, first is I want to add, the first thing is I want to get the ammo label right away, and I want to turn it off so that it stops spinning. Okay, so I make it false, and then if you go back to the player, you can see that in the current weapon is the one that has an access that gives you an access to the weapon in hand. And if you want to add the ammo, then it's all inside the weapon base, but you don't have a direct access to weapon base, but you have it through the current weapon variable inside the player. So we can use that. So as player, we can say get current weapon, there it is. Okay, and once we get the current weapon, we just say set max ammo, because that's what we want to set from inside the ammo pickup AK-47, using the reference that we have of the weapon inside the player. We're going to set the max ammo, and the max ammo is automatically then going to be picked up by our HUD widget, the widget blueprint, and it's going to automatically update that. So you don't need to write anything much there. All you have to do is give it the right, give a number to the ammo, and that will automatically update it. Now, of course, if I add any number here, it's going to replace whatever is remaining with this. So, of course, I have to add that whatever ammo is remaining, I have to add to that particular ammo. Okay, so from here, I'll again get the max ammo, say get max ammo, and then I have to add it with some integer variable, which we don't have it yet. And it's better that you have a variable, for ammo value, so that it's easier for you to change later on. So let me say, I'll say ammo to add, and that will be an integer. Let's give it some value, and I'll say plus integer plus integer plus, of course, this will be, I think I'll just have to bring this down a little bit like that, so that's more readable. And this will be, first let me connect this, plus ammo to add. So whatever ammo you have currently, max ammo, and add that to the ammo to add variable, and you're good to go. And then supply that to the max ammo and set that as the new max ammo. Great. Okay, so now let's give ammo to add some value. So let's say I want this to add 50. So that would be 2 full magazines. Okay, and so now let's just try it out. Okay, and so we have 100 ammo. So I'm gonna walk over it, and there you go. So that's 100, 150. Okay, and of course that's spun it the other way around. I guess 200, 250, 300. So you know what? I think I'm gonna get rid of my. This guy. I'm gonna get rid of my symbol out here, or the label out here, and for now, because it's more. So this is AK-47 ammo, and if I run over it, 150 and 200, 300, 350, 400, and so on. Okay, so of course, after this is done, we have to, also destroy that particular ammo pickup, because that would be cheating. For the player will keep going back and picking it up. He has to instead look for new ammo pickups. That would be the challenge. But there's another way, let me go ahead and reconnect this, because I thought that this might not be a great idea now, but maybe this will work. So I'm going to be disconnecting this, and right click, split struct pin, right click and split struct pin. I just want this to rotate around the X axis. So if I look at the viewport, click on the static mesh. Oh no, I would just want this to rotate around, the Z axis. So go back to the event graph and give this to give this yaw to this yaw, and that's it. And I don't need anything else. So let's see if that works. And if I click on play, and he's there. So now if I'm walking over it, I can still see that, he's spinning, but he is not going into crazy spin-offs like that. Okay, and I'm still able to get the ammo counter there. All right, so 450. So I've got 450 ammo, and it's also a little flickery, and if I shoot at that, nothing is going to happen, because it's always going to check for my player overlap like that. Okay, so that works. So let's go back to our ammo pickup, And let's keep working on this until we get it perfect. Okay, so once the ammo has been set, what do I want to do? I can do a bunch of things. First is I'll destroy the actor. Okay, and destroy the actor, and then after that I will let me try and play something. No, I'll have some cosmetic effects. So I'll say spawn emitter at location. Okay, either you can spawn the emitter that is attached to it, or you can spawn the emitter at that particular location. So now I think either way it works, and it's not a big deal. But the only thing that out here, there will be an extra step for you out here when you're spawning the emitter at location, is you have to give the location of the particular actor. Okay, and so let's select explosion. I just want this to explode a little bit. Explosion. So you have p underscore explosion. That's, I believe, the most common. And for the location, I'll say get actor location, right? And I don't need to work around the rotation at all, and I'm good there. Alright, so and once I have the emitter spawned, I can also spawn a sound. Spawn sound at location. Now all of these, mind you that all of these can be attached the way you like. All of these can be attached to the blueprint itself, but I'm not showing you that. Instead, I'm showing you how to spawn it at the location. And let me try and get this is an explosion, so let me try and get the explosion Q. Okay, and the location of course would be get actor location, right? And of course you can also try and get the player's location, so wherever he is. So the player, if you want to get the player location, then you have to get actor location from the player, and then you have to supply that vector value to each of these location input pins in these two nodes. Okay, so once that compiled, and save that, and let's test it out. And first save all, just in case, and let's try this. Okay, and so he's looking at me, and there you go, and the actor has gone off, he's disappeared, and we also got 50 ammo. So now I run over the same place, he's not there anymore. Okay, so it works. And of course, likewise, you can scatter this guy around in different places. I don't know if he's really in the ground or not, but it's okay. And again, I'll try the same thing again, and there was a spawn, and I got 50 ammo, and it works. So let's see if it works if I scatter it around in different places. I go to the top view, and let me go for the lit mode, and let me select this guy. Okay, that would be the ammo pickup, and I'll just scatter it around in different places in the level. So one out here, and let me spawn one out here, and for that out here, and for that I will have to go over to my left view and click on this guy and put him here like that, and hit F, and there you go. That's okay, right? Okay, and again go over to my perspective view. So now we have three of these guys who are looking at us. So if I look up here, I don't know if where did the other guy go? Okay, there's 1, 2, and I don't know, let me see. Oh, okay, he's out here. Okay, all right, so I'll just hit end, and there he is. He sits there. Okay, now when I hit play, and there he is, and they're all looking at me. And I'll first try and run over this guy, and boom, that would be 150. And I don't know if I can. Yeah, I can jump, and then he's looking at me. Boom, 200. I don't want to run through the pain volume, it's painful. And this should be 250, and all the three actors, pickup actors for the ammo, are gone, and they also given you the ammo. They done the job, they disappeared. Great, so exactly what we're looking for. All right, so if you want, you can go ahead and delete these actors. I don't want them right now because I already tested them and it works fine. Save all, and let's go on to the next video. Thank you. And let's do one more thing. Instead of simply typing hit, I'm gonna have a test variable. I'm gonna say test, and this will be an integer, and every time it's hit, I will see to that. I'll say set. I'll increment test. All I'll do is increment test, and I'll say increment int. Okay, so that'll just go up by 1, and or instead, let's say, or instead I'll say plus integer plus integer, and that would be plus 1, and this would be again the test. So test plus 1, so that's another way of incrementing it. And I'll just move this here. Just this is just for testing, and I'll take this away just to see that it works. And the test integer will be connected to the int string, which will get converted to a string variable, a string value, and so that it can print that. And of course, I'll also say, let's say, or instead, you know what, I'll bring it back and let it just print the numbers. That's okay. And let the text color be red or green, so that to indicate that we are indeed hitting the character. So once I hit play, and I'll come here and I'll just shoot this guy, or I'll first aim down the sights and shoot him. That, so it's 1 2 3 6. Okay, and I'll reload. So 25 shots so far, 25 hits so far, and more hits. So 27. So 2 of these. I'll run around. I'm shooting him. Let me try and miss him a little bit. So I'll just shoot from here. It actually hit because the projectile gravity. So I'll just hit him out here. Nope, it didn't. So out here, yes, it did hit. And let me shoot his hand. Nope. Through his legs. Also through his legs, it's gonna work because the capsule is out there as well. So it works. All right, so this thing works. So now we can get rid of this test, and we can also actually get rid of this, but I'll keep this just in case. Okay, and I'll get rid of the test variable as well, compile that, and let's go on to the other task of actually getting some health away from him. Okay, so I think I'll get rid of this as well, and once it's determined that it's actually the projectile that's hitting this dumb AI. So what we want to do is we want to set the health directly. We want to set the health, and we want to set it to the new health. That would be minus. So that would be float minus float. Okay, and this would be, of course, go back here. This would be the health variable here. So drag and drop it, and let's take away 10% for each hit. Okay, or maybe 5%, so 0.05. Okay, so that would be 0.05, and then once that is done, we want to check whether the health has gone below or equal to 0. So with that condition, with that branch node on, we'll just say is less than equal to, so that would be float less than equal to float. So what is less than what? So we want to check whether the health is less than equal to 0. So once that's there, and again move this to the right so that they can all fit in one line like that. And now move this guy up here, and also move this guy up here so that they're all readable, and do the same thing. Okay, all right, so we're casting it to projectile, and if it is indeed a projectile, we're setting the health of the player, and but after subtracting 5% of his current health. And then after that, we're checking whether the health is less than equal to 0, which means that if it's less than equal to or even equal to 0, which means that the guy is about to die, or he needs to die. So in this case, we're gonna say destroy actor. That's as simple as that, just for testing. Of course, this is gonna change. Very simple, very straightforward, and definitely this is gonna change because there's nothing much happening here, but we'll change that. So let's test this out, and let's go back to play, and let's run around. First, let's get some ammo. Okay, and let's shoot this guy. Okay, one, I don't know how much health has gone by. There you go, he disappears. So that was 5%, and if you make it to 10%, so let's say 0.1, so that would be just 10 hits and he'll be gone. So 10 hits meaning just 5 shots. Okay, and I'll just shoot. There you go, he goes away. right? So if you want to see whether he's really being hit or not, so of course, then you have to bring in your, you know, your test variable, or at least something, or like a print down here to say that he's been hit. So I'll just say print string, okay, and I'll just put him here, and of course that will go, and I'll just make this hit, and I'll say hit exclamation mark, and then let's go back and play, and let's try and shoot him from here. Okay, one, okay, that's 2 shots. So actually that's 2 shots, so 0.2% gone, 0.4, okay, I think one more remaining. There you go. Okay, so that works, and the ammo pickups work as well, and the paint volume works, and of course there's a lot of polish remaining to be done because the kind of wobbling he's in, but all of that will be fixed later on. But for now, we have a very basic dumb AI who stands there, does nothing, takes a hit, and he disappears or he dies. Welcome back. So we got the ammo pickup in the last video, and in this video what we're going to do is we're going to have a simple AI, a very basic fundamental AI, just going to create the base for the AI. And then when we run around and shoot that AI, the AI is not going to do anything. He's just going to stand there. So it is more like target practice. It's more like playing duck hunt. So he's just going to be standing there, and you just run towards him, or get a vantage point and shoot at him, and until his health goes down to 0, he's going to be standing there still doing nothing. So once his health goes down to 0, you could probably destroy that actor. And we are building the fundamentals of taking damage and giving damage, and also the very fundamentals of creating AI. But still a long way to go. Let's get started now. So inside the blueprints, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this AI, and I'll create a new blueprint class. Okay, and I'll base this off character, and I'll call this guy simple, or let me say enemy underscore one underscore dumb, because he's going to be a dumb enemy. And later on we'll give some intelligence to these guys. So right now they're just going to be bots standing, taking your hits, as simple as that. In fact, they're animating target practice for you. Right, so let's double click that, and this is what our empty character blueprint looks like. It's just a capsule and an arrow to show where it's going to be going forward. So you have to shoot this guy, a guy who doesn't exist anymore, and we're going to add the mesh and everything to it. And after that, you just have to shoot him completely till his health goes down, and then he disappears. All right, so now let's set this guy up. So right now it's just a capsule and arrow denoting the way forward. So I'm going to click on mesh, and I'm going to look for the skeletal mesh. Now we just have a handful of them. We have SK, we have the AK-47, you have the default skeletal mesh. I don't know what that is. Then you have the mannequin, which is the popular mannequin character from all the samples, Unreal Engine samples. Then I don't know why even a skeletal cube is a skeletal mesh, but these are all of these. So I'm going to bring in the SK mannequin. Okay, and he comes in there. So he stands in a T-pose, sort of like a T-pose or a flanking pose, and he stands above the capsule. So let's bring him down. Maybe I'll just turn on the snap, bring the mesh again, and bring him down until he stands at the bottom of the capsule like that. And also maybe scale him down because the head is above the capsule. So I'm going to bring him down by 0.5% or something. So 0.95, 0.95, and 0.95. There you go. And maybe even further down, or you could even bring him down, I guess. Drag him down, I think. Bring the snap mode to 5, and like that. So now it's very important that his head is completely covered. Right, and so that when you're aiming for the head, it does not really not register. So now that we have that, and also we have to make him face this particular arrow. So with the snapping on for the rotation, so let's move him in steps of 10. So 20, 30, 40, 50, 70, and 80 and 90. All right, so now he is looking way forward. Right, so that's all good. Now, also, he's not moving. He's just standing in a T-pose. So let's also look for an animation blueprint class for him. I don't know if third person anim BP. All right, there you go. So you select the third person MVP, and that perfectly matches with the skeleton mesh that you selected because it was made for that SK mannequin mesh. And there he is. He comes to life, and he's just idling away, and that's okay. That's exactly what we want, and we don't want to modify his animation blueprint yet. We just want him to be standing there and taking our hits because he's our target practice for now. He's a duck for a duck hunt. So if I want to try and place him somewhere in the world, let's say I place him here, and he's going to be facing that side. And let's see, maybe move him here. And if I just play, and I can see this guy, okay, and of course, so I'm shooting at him. Nothing is happening, so I reload, and obviously because we haven't written anything, I just wanted to test that everything works. Okay, so if you're looking at the crosshair and shooting, I'm used to looking at the crosshair and shooting, but that's not going to work because we haven't really fixed that. So instead, look at your iron sight is a better way to shoot, and it is actually hitting him. You can see that. So we're gonna write the logic for that. So once a projectile hits, another character or any other dynamic body, then what we have to do in this case, in our case, we want this guy to die. We want to kill this guy with our weapon and using whatever number of bullets it takes to kill him, and we will be deciding on the damage count per bullet hit. Okay, so now we go back to our enemy underscore dump, and going back to our event graph. So what we're interested right now is the event actor begin overlap. Okay, now let's also look at the mesh and look at the collisions, and let's see. It says collision presets its character mesh, and that's all cool. So if you look at the collision presets, it says ignore, and that would be visibility, and block the camera, and ignore the pawn, and block all of these, the physics body and destructible and the world dynamic. And if you go back to weapon base, this is based on an actor, so it is going to block that because it's also a destructible or a physics body. So if I look at the weapon base, and if I not the weapon base, I'm sorry, if you look at your weapons, and if you open up your projectile base, yes, this one, and you can see that it's an actor. And also if I look at the bullet or the default scene route, not the default scene route but the bullet, and you can see that it would be a block all character step on. It's a world dynamic object, so that should work. And because it also has the world dynamic to block. Okay, so the first thing is we want to see whether the actor that is colliding against it, because we are trying to take some damage away from this guy. So for that, we want to see whether the actor he's colliding against is a projectile and not another actor or not another character. So I'll say cast to projectile base, because we have one type of projectile right now, and of course this will change later on if you want to add some more projectiles, like maybe an RPG and all that, so that will also change. You'll have to make a check for that as well, or maybe you'll have to make this base class and then you know put it off there. Or the best way to do that would be to create a C++ class, should be a projectile, and then to base off that class and to base all the projectiles of that class, so that then you can check for all the projectiles at once, right? But that's for that's for a C++ course, because we're not working on C++, but that's possible, and that's the best way to go about that. Anyways, coming back here, and as projectile base, we want to do something here. We actually want to take some health away, but we don't have any health variable, and we don't know how much health we're gonna take away from there, and because we don't have a variable. So let's create a variable and call this health. Okay, and that would be the enemy health and not the player health. And let's make this a float variable, and the default value would be 100% health, so that would be 1.0. So this is again based on 0 to 1 or percentile. So 1 would be 100% health, 0.5 would be 50% health, and 0 would be 0 health. Okay, and once we have that, the first thing I want to do is I want to see whether my bullets are even hitting him, whether my bullets are even registering the enemy AI. So I'll say print, and I'll just say hit. Okay, and exclamation mark. I don't need the backslash, it just came in by default by error. So I'll hit compile, let's save, and let's see if I'm even getting that printed. So when I hit play and I'll just shoot once. Nope. Let's try it again and let's make some more changes here. Okay, so the reason being, let's go back. The first thing is, let's try this here. So inside the mesh inherited, inside your static mesh, look at your collision, and we'll have to check this generate overlap events, otherwise it's not going to generate that. Okay, so once we have that, and then let's go back to our projectile base BP, and inside the bullet, instead of block all dynamic, I'm going to say overlap all. Okay, and also, and it already has generate overlap events. So in this video, we're going to make the dumb AI a slightly bit smarter. We're going to step it up a notch. So right now it's enemy underscore one underscore dumb. He's truly dumb because he simply stands there, does nothing. But in this video, we're going to try and make him chase our player. So the way we do that is, if if you have followed any of previous Unreal courses, you might have come across a term called navigation mesh or navigation volume. So in order for this AI or for this character who is not controlled by the player to understand the landscape of the level, he needs to know certain details, like where is the collision mesh and where he should not be able to walk, where he should be able to walk, where he needs to be able to climb, where he needs not to be able to climb, and all of that information needs to be fed to him. And that information is fed through a navigation volume. So we'll set that up here. So let's take a look first. I'll just type in nav mesh or navigation. So you have all of these. So you have nav mesh, bounce volume, link proxy, modifier volume, testing actor, and abstract nav data. So what we're going to use now is the navigation mesh bounce volume. So the first thing I'm going to do is, I'm going to drag and drop this here first. I'm going to grab this pane volume first, and if I can grab the pane volume, that's the pane volume. Go over to edit pane volume and look at the box, and I will say hidden in game, and I don't need to make it visible. That's okay. I'll just compile and turn it off. Okay, so it's there, but it won't be shown in the games. I don't need it either. So, and also first I'll select this guy. Yeah, and I'll go over to the top view. If you are looking at the navigation volume for the first time, and this is a good look. So let's see. First, I'm going to be, let me first bring it to the center. I hope this is the center of the level. Think this is, so just let me bring it to the rough center of the level, and then I'll hit P. Okay, and I'll go back to my perspective view, and you can see that that is out there. Okay, that is out there in the center, and since it's green, it says that the player can actually walk inside the volume. Now of course I can bring it down a bit like that, and maybe even bring it down further down, but whatever it is, it's still gonna have a little elevation, but that's okay. So I'm just gonna say Control Z and Control Z. So 200, let's say if I just bring it up and drop it by hitting end, so that would be 230 on the Z and minus 380 on the X and 40 on the Y. So that's okay. So I'll just copy that, and I'll show you what happens when I bring this down here. If you're looking at the navigation volume for the first time, this is what it look like. So now it's actually carved out a shape around the edge of, or the intersection of this box along with this volume. The intersection is not being shown. Instead, the thing that can be walked on, where there is no collision, that is being carved out. So the player now knows, or the AI character now knows, that he needs to be walking from here, and it's all a gray area, so he cannot walk here. So anything that's white, green in color, the navigation mesh, he will come down there and he'll start walking. Okay, so I'll put it back in the section that I came from. I'll go over to my top view, and I'll increase the bounds of this navigation volume. So the brush shape is given as 200 by 200 by 200. So I want to increase it by, let's say, 1000. Okay, and maybe even more. Let's say 5000. That's a little too high, I guess. 2000, 2500. We're getting there. 3000. Okay, and that's 3000. That's okay. And again, we'll do the same thing because this is a square level, not a rectangular level. So this will be 3000 by 3000 on the Y as well. So 3000. There you go. And if I go back to my perspective, and you can see that all of them have been mapped out, right? So again, if I also increase the Z by, let's say, 1000, okay, and even this should be mapped out because this area was left out. So even that got mapped out now, and everything else looks perfect. So whatever is green out here, it shows that you can walk through it. So all the staircases, maybe a little more. Let's say if I just bring it up a little bit, maybe it should cover. And let me say 1500. I don't know. Okay, I think that's okay. And maybe if I move this up a little bit, it is still covering pretty much everything. Oh yeah, it's because it's way under the ground. There you go. Okay, and let me see if it is like that. Okay, so maybe just a little bit down. Yep, I think that's okay. That's good enough. Okay, and also if you do not want the AI character to climb up the stair and you want to take a safe refuge, maybe what you'll have to do is instead of 1500, I think I'll just bring it down to 100. Okay, and that's up there. So I'll say I'll put it down here like that. And there you can see that it's not really, maybe even further down. So even though staircases are not covered, maybe a little bit up. There you go. So he cannot, he cannot go beyond the staircases. I mean, just the one step. So maybe if I look again, that is 85. So let me make it 80. 80 doesn't work. 81, 80.5. Okay, no matter what I do, it's still gonna cover the first step. That's okay. So I can't help that, but at least it's got everything else pretty well mapped out, right? So I'm gonna save. I'm gonna get out of the modes panel and first save all, okay, and then hop on to my enemy underscore dump. Okay, now it's time for me to actually change the name of the enemy underscore dump because he's not going to be dumb anymore. So I'll just type in enemy, I don't know, enemy one. Enemy one, I think I'm going to be going with enemy one. And more enemies, maybe it'll be an type of enemy. So enemy underscore two would be a different type. Anyways, so the first thing that we'll have to do anything before you give any AI capability to your enemy character is add a sensing component, because this is a character, and characters derived from pawn, and pawns are derived from actors, and so on. So we'll have to need something called a pawn sensing component. Okay, so what this thing does is when I click on this, it gives you all the different attributes of the AI that you're going to be working with. So you have a hearing threshold, you're gonna have this LOS hearing threshold, and the sight radius, and all of this good stuff, which can quickly get you started with generating your own artificial intelligence behavior for your NPC character. Okay, so when I hit compile and with the pawn sensing component, you can see that the whole thing comes to life. And these are all the different attributes of the pawn sensing component. So you have certain things that are, so let's say it's hard to actually determine which is which. So I'm going to try and play with something. So let's say the sight radius, if I bring it down, so watch something move, okay? And you can see this green one that's moving down. So let's say I move the sight radius to something like, I don't know, this is 5000. So I'm going to bring it down to 1300, okay? And that is the sight radius. And if I say only see pawns, and I can get rid of that, no ear noises, enable sensing updates. And then the other thing is the peripheral vision angle, which is this green thing, which is quite unrealistic right now because it's quite wide. So I'm going to bring it down to 35, and you can see that this is what it is. And also this is pretty long, which is fine. Of course, when the sight radius is even lower, you can see that this keeps on going down. but I think 1300 is a decent size for anyone to have a peripheral vision. And I think this is also a peripheral vision. This is also an acceptable angle for any human being. And knowing that no, this is not a no, a superhuman character or someone, not even a human character. So we're gonna take the normal human behavior of the peripheral vision angle of a normal human being, which is around 35 to 45 degrees. That's okay, right? And I believe even that's big, but that's okay. So I'm gonna hit compile and let's look at something else. So you also have the earring threshold. Okay, so now that we have all of this set up, let's also look at some of the events here. So you have all of these different events. So you have on see pawn. So when this guy sees a pawn, what should happen? When on see noise, on hear noise, when he hears something, what should he do? And then the normal, the normal behavior functions or the normal bookkeeping functions like on activated and on deactivated. The only event that we are going to be working on in this video is going to be on see pawn. So the moment you step in front of this cone, the character steps in front of this cone, then he will sense it and he'll do something about it. So for now, we'll simply make him print something, all right? And so this says, this is a pawn object reference. Which pawn are we referring to? Are we referring to just about any pawn, or do we want him to be specific? Like, should he only see you and sense you and then do something about it? So let's see, let's say we want this guy to chase us. So the reference here is going to be us. And so we'll first cast this to player. Okay. And once this has been casted to player, let's first try and make him print something. So I'll say print string. I'll just say player spotted. Okay. And I'll just hit compile, come back here, and this guy is out here and the peripheral vision is looking in front. So I'll just hit play. Okay, and I'll go over to the back. I'll sprint instead, and he can't see me because I'm behind him. But the peripheral vision, if the cone is going, it's protruding from the front of his head. So if I think go here, maybe there he says player spotted, and then I step out of the cone, then again he says player. Okay, and he says that the player has gone, he can't see me anymore because of the peripheral vision, which is limited to 35 degrees only. Now this combined with your ear noise, he can still attack, okay, which we gonna work on later. But for now, we're just checking out our peripheral vision, and again I step into the cone and a little bit here. There you go. So I stepped into the cone and he spotted me. So that's all nice. So I'm going to hit escape, go back to my enemy one. Okay, so that thing works. We know that it works. So I'm going to get rid of the sprint string. And then what I'm going to do is there's a function where we can move the AI to a particular location and set a target and make the character, AI character, chase that character. Okay, so and that is called AI move to. And here it is. AI move to is actually a simple order for pawn with AI controller to move to a specific location. Now this is all it has. It has a pawn and it's got a destination. It's got a target actor, acceptance radius of 5 units, and stop on overlap. So once it overlaps, just stop and not do anything at all. So for pawn, of course, we want this guy to move. So that will be a reference to self. Okay, I'll just say self and get a reference to self. So we want our player to chase, we want the enemy to chase our player. So you can either get the player's location and pass it in as a destination, or you can simply hook this up as a target actor. So once I hook this up as a target actor and have an acceptance radius, and I'll go back here, I'll save this, I'll go back here and I'll add one more guy. I'll click on this and I'll hit P so that I don't want to see that every time. I know it's there. So here is an AI character, and I'll click this guy and I'll make him move. Let's see, I'll clone him and put him here, and he's gonna be able to see me right away. So I will move him here, maybe here a little bit towards the corner. Okay, and so that the moment I step in, he's gonna start chasing me, and then I can shoot him down and all that. Okay, so save now, and then I hit play, and no one is actually looking at me, even though the sight radius is a little too low. So the moment I step in, and okay, he's not chasing me. That's because I guess something went wrong here. And that acceptance radius is, let's say, make it 1. Okay. And the destination, the as player, that's okay. So let's recheck, our navigation bounds. So I'll just say, I'll hit P, and with bounds selected, I don't know, I think it's way below the ground or something. So we'll just move him up like that. And down. Okay, I don't know. So let's try this out. And if I move closer to him, there you go. So now he started to chase me, and there, I can still shoot him, and I can still hurt him. And again, the same thing will happen here. And I'll just reload just in case. I'll go closer to him, and there he started to chase me. Okay, great. So that works, and I'll get the ammo, reload. So everything works. So let me try with a few more AI characters. So there will be one top, and let's see. I have my enemy dump 1 and 2. So let me move 1 here, and this guy will be looking at me like this. Yes. And one more out here, looking at me out here. All right. So no matter where I move, there is going to be someone or the other. So go back to the perspective view and hit play. So no one is actually following me because I'm not into any of the radius cones or the sensing cones. So I think the moment I step in, someone is going to come chasing me, I guess. Yeah. There you go. So now he's chasing me. And this guy is also chasing me now. Reload, reload, reload. This is fun. Okay. And of course, he stops and shoot. Reload. And of course, this guy will also chase me, and both of these guys are chasing me. So I've shot them both. Now I go closer to him, I reload. So when I go run upstairs, he won't be able to chase me because the navigation mesh is not set up there. So he's only standing at this level. That's one step. So if I come here, and again he can't chase me, so I can actually shoot him. So if there you go. So shot him. Great. So it's a very basic AI, something like zombie attack. So you can also, you can obviously also, there's some message error here, take 5 damage and pain volume. I think it's about that guy who was there. So, and we haven't added checks for whether these AI characters should be in the pain volume or not. So that's the reason. That's the reason you're getting that error. But anyways, I'm gonna shoot this guy. Oh, I don't have bullets. And when I shoot this, there you go. And I'll shoot him from here. There you go. So without him having to chase me, I shot him down. So simple things work. And if you look at the pickup, not the pickup, but the enemy one, this is all it took for the enemy character to chase the player character down. Okay. And everything else was still working. So I was trying to shoot at him, and all of that was also working. So we have a very, very, very basic AI set up. Of course, this will grow and will make the enemies a little more smarter. So right now it's still actually dumb, but it's just slightly better than standing there and taking those hits, right? So that's about setting up a basic AI, and we'll come back and we'll make more progress in this. Thank you. Welcome back. So in this video, we're going to make a few fixes to our shooting. So for instance, if I'm, let's say I'm shooting, okay, and I have full ammo right now. So let me get rid of this guy. So, and, oh, this guy is already here. Okay, reload. So I'm gonna get rid of these men. So if you see that, while I'm reloading, I can still do this right click, okay? And then it kind of looks odd. And also I want to fix, like, let me get rid of these men first. Gone. and this guy. Nope, gone. All right. So like when I'm sprinting, when I'm sprinting, I don't want this cursor to be shown, and also same time while I'm sprinting, I can also right click and that still comes up and I am almost dying sort of. So it's a very weird animation. So all of these are done by little checks. Might take a little while, but it needs to be fixed to give it a better experience. And also, maybe I think I'll just move my gun to the left a little bit. So if I go back to my, let's say, my player and look to the viewport, and let's see if I am inside camera, preview skeleton mesh. I don't know. So let's see if I move him to the left. Oh, I can't. That's because it's a previous skeleton mesh. So let's go over to the mesh and let's go over to the soldier and double click on him, and let's look at his animation skeleton. Okay, and let's look at weapon attach. Okay, and go to the preview settings and click on the animation and look for idle aiming. There you go. So now if I look at my preview mesh, let's see, maybe I just need to bring this to the left like that. So now if I hit save and if I hit play, it's still hasn't aligned with the crosshair. So what I'll do is maybe I'll decrease the size a little bit. Right now it's 0.36, so I'll make it 0.34, 0.34, 0.34. Okay, and again the same thing, maybe bring it to further to the left like that, and maybe like this or like this, maybe down a bit. And now if I hit save, play, and the crosshair has not saved yet, I think. Let's see if I go back to my soldier skeleton, and I don't know if it's even doing that, so I'm just hit save and let's see. All right, so it's actually working, but the changes are not happening as quickly as I wanted to. So you know what, I'm gonna get the scale and I'm gonna scale it down like this, so it's 0.23. Okay, and bring it up. Okay, and maybe up like that. Okay, so that it lines up with this, and now we can see this, and maybe okay, great. Okay, and save that. Won't look great, that's because it wasn't really made for this rig. Now again, the cursor, if I go back to my UI widgets and the dynamic crosshair, that's all okay. Let's see the dynamic crosshair. Not the dynamic crosshair. Let's go back here and let's look at the HUD, and if I can, let's see the dynamic crosshair. Let me look at the player, the event graph, and let me look at the event begin play. This is HUD, then the dynamic crosshair reference, and spawn the weapon and all of that, and spawn actor weapon base. Location would be, let's see, let's try the scale as, I don't know, point. Okay, fine. So I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna look at this dynamic crosshair widget. Okay, and the canvas panel, the bottom, the right. So let me try them all. So if I can go over and make the position to the right, let's say 5, or position Y, let's say, okay, Anyways, let me take a look at this. Let me not call anything at all. So let me say none, and let's see. Oh, it says owning must have a class specified. So let's say user widget. I don't know what that is. I'll just hit play, and I should not be able to see the crosshair. That's great. So, and let me go for the dynamic crosshair again. Okay, and dynamic crosshair reference. We don't need that. Yeah, the return value should be this. Okay, so that's what I'm setting, and save, and let's see. There you go, and it's still working, but all right. Reload. Okay, all right, so that's because it's moving upwards. That's a massive challenge, so let's actually not do that right now, but that's the way you need to be doing. You need to be playing around with these values here, but that's okay. So I'm going to close this for now, close this for now, and the skeleton and all of this. So let's get on to fixing all of those little bugs where we can stop doing different things during while reloading or sprinting and all of that. Okay, so the first thing is we go to player and look for the input graph. So these are all the input bindings. So we have primary, fire, and aim down the sights. This is what's happening when we're aiming down the sights. Now we want to stop all of this from happening while the player is, if the player is reloading. Okay. So after that's been moved, I'm going to bring out a branch node. So branch, okay, and that will automatically connect to the true. That's okay. We want to change it down later. So if is reloading is true, then I don't want. Okay, I'm just going to move this a little bit up so that I can connect it to the false. If reloading is true, if is reloading is true, then I don't want it to do anything. And if it's false, then I want it to go ahead and deactivate it. Right? So I should not be reloading while I am trying to, aim down the sights. As simple as that. So I hit compile, save. Let's see if this one works. So I play, and while I'll shoot some. While I'm reloading, I cannot really aim down the sights. Okay. Right, so now I can do it. Okay, and now when I'm doing that, and of course shoot a few, and this also needs to be fixed. All right, and I think I just entered the player's camera, and I'll just hit P so that I can get rid of the navigation volume. That works. Okay, so next up, go back to the player, and let's look at the same thing, the same code base. So where we are doing all of this. So again, I need some space, so I need some room, so I'm going to move this to the right a bit. Now if this is false, I'm going to have to make another check to see if it's also if it's also sprinting, if the player is also sprinting. Okay, so while this is false, I'm going to check for branch. I'm going to get a branch node, right? So while this is false, and I'm going to see whether I'm sprinting or not. So this is out here. So hook that inside the condition and see whether this condition is true or false. And again, if we're not sprinting, then we want to go ahead and deactivate it. Okay. We want to go ahead and deactivate we want to go ahead and perform this action where the follow camera is deactivated and activated and all of that. Right. And if it is true, I think I need to move this up a little bit. Yeah, if it is true, then we make the player stop sprinting while he's aiming down the sights. Okay, and so let's see. Let me see, where did we do that sprinting out here? So what we are doing for sprinting is we are, turning off the sprint. We are turning off the sprint, and we are getting the max walk speed back to 600 from 1000. Okay, so out here, so we just need to get this part, so where we have to set the sprinting to false, get the character's movement max speed, and make it 600. Right, so again out here inside true section, I think I'll have to move these guys further to the right, like that, and yes, like that. So inside true, we're gonna say set is sprinting is to false first, right? Set is sprinting to false. And can we move it further to the right? That's okay. All right. And after that, maybe get this a little bit up and get the character movement like that. And just a tad bit up. And this guy can also move up now. And get the max walk speed, or set the max walk speed to 600, back to 600. Okay, that would be the normal walk speed, right? So that should be it. And when I hit compile now and save, and let's see everything is good. And maybe I think I can move this guy to the left, to up, or even further up. And also this one to line up with this. Okay, so it's all well delineated, and I think this can also move up to line up with this. I think that's okay. All right, great. So now I'll hit compile, save, and go back here. And now when let me get this guy down, gone, right? So he won't come running after me. So if I'm sprinting and then I hit right click, and you can see that now he's walking, right? So again, I'm sprinting and I right click. Okay, I'll do it again. All right. Okay, so I'll let these guys stand there. Reload. So when I'm sprinting and I right click, there you go. So he's actually not sprinting, he's walking. Okay, and I'll take these guys down. Nice shots. And this guy is down. One more shot. There you go. All right, so again, I'll show it again. Walk, sprint, right click. There you go. Okay, perfect. All right, so the next thing we're gonna fix is, so now if I'm sprinting and now when I aim down the sights, it fixes that. Oh, all right, took care of him. Okay, and but what we if I'm walking with my sights being aimed at and then I start sprinting, I want to stop this. This is the next thing that I want to stop. So I'll hit escape, and where'd I go? Okay. And if I hit escape, I go back here and I look for aiming down the sights, or yeah, while even I'm sprinting. If I can find my sprint, there it is. All right, so in here for the sprint, again, I'll have to make some room. So I'm gonna have to expand this, and I'll have to move these guys to the front like that, to the right, and move them to the right. Okay. So the first thing is I'm going to have a branch very similar to what we did for aiming down the sights. And we're going to say that if it is, if let's see, weapons, yeah, if his aiming is true, if the player is indeed aiming, then, if he's not aiming, then go ahead and execute this and make him sprint. But while if he is aiming, then he'll have to do something else. Okay, so for the true, what we have to do is we have to do the exact same thing that we're doing for aiming down sights. In this case, where we are deactivating everything, so we have iron sight camera, we are deactivating the iron sight camera, and then we are activating the follow camera instead. And then also we are setting up the max walk speed to this, and also setting up the aiming. We also, setting up the aiming. So let's see. I think we can, what we can do is instead we can collapse this whole thing into a simple function. So let's see. I think I can collapse this whole thing. Okay, and character movement, and I'll keep the target on. I'll keep the target on later. So I'll just say right click and I'll say collapse to function, and I'll call this deactivate aim down sights. Okay, and of course this is coming in from here. Okay, and if I say the target, and that's all good like that. Iron sight camera can be here, and everything else is good. Its aiming is false. Follow camera and the self too, and this is what, if I can move it here like that, the character, I guess. Let me go back here, and I'm a little confused. So the character movement. Okay, go back to here and call this character movement reference. Okay, compile that. Now we just need the character movement reference. So, and I'll collect this and also select this and right click, and I'll collapse this to a function, and I'll call this activate aim down sights. Okay, there you go. All of them working, looking quite tidy, because now it's all a part of a function. And now all we have to do is we have to call deactivate aim down sights. Now again, if I say character movement reference, and compile that, save that, and I'll just hit play. There you go. So that works. And now I just have to go over to the true section and call deactivate aim down sights, and the character movement ref would be the character movement reference itself. Okay, like that. Okay, and save that, and maybe move it here. I think that's fine. That's good enough. Now compile that, save that, and let's see. I'm sprinting. If I got my iron sights on, and if I'm sprinting, then the sprint goes away and the iron sights goes away, and the guy is also chasing. Let me shoot him down. Shot him down. Okay, reload. And shoot him down. Shoot. Gone. Alright, so again, let's test it again. So I got my iron sights down, walking, sprinting, and that thing goes away. Okay, max ammo and reload. That was too fast, and gone. Right, that's because I'm not aiming down the sights, and also I'm trying to aim directly down the hip. That's called aim from the hip, and that's why I'm not accurate. So I have to do this in order to be accurate, because the cursor is elsewhere and the muzzle is elsewhere. But we'll fix that much later, not right now, because if you really want to shoot people down, then you can just use the iron sights and shoot them down. That is a little lengthy task, and so we're not going to get into that yet, but we will. But this thing got fixed, and let's move on.